Mo. The late Honbli Justice Serdinshah Hanjib Davar. K3. The late Drive Kaikos Ru Fc Kavarana, Zoroastrianism Ancient and Modern. Comprising, a review of Dr. de la S. Book of Zoroastrian Theology. Written and published by Urbad Firoz Shaperji Mazani, M.A. Bachelor of Laws, Vakil, High Court. Late Fellow, Elphinstone College and Mullah Firoz Avesta and Pahlavi Madrasa. Bombay Rights Reserved, 1917. Printed by Ardeshir P.K.G. Dubasli at the Duftar Ashkara Press, Kawashi Patel Street, Fort, Bombay, published by Urbad Firoz S. Mazani, 108, Chandanwadi Bombay, No. 2. To the late Honbli Justice, Serdinshah Hanjib Davar, K.T., a true Parsi hero, who has for good rooted the efforts of the advocates of Judin marriage and conversion, who has saved the Parsi community from racial degeneration and extinction. Who has by his learned decision from the bench in the year 1905, given effect to the wishes of thousands of Parsi donors that the use of the charity funds, fire temples, dikamas and other religious institutions endowed by them should be allowed to Parsis only. This book is dedicated as a token of respect by his admirer. Peace be with him. Types used in this book: 1. Italics original Avesta and Pahlavi quotations with translations. 2. Small pica quotations from Dr. de la S. Took of Zoroastrian theology. 3. Pica body of this book. 4. English quotations from other writers, also some important points. Errata et corrigenda. The reader is requested to note the following rect ions in the book: page line 35 14 44 12 from below 69 9 from below 71 8 last but 187 6 97 11 from below 104 18 from below 116 4 from below 118 6 10 from below 123 12 from below 126 142 11 152 16 from below 7 from below 156 13 158 7 from below 166 6 from below 176 11 15 182 10 193 10 11 from below 197 10 201 5 204 12 from below 222 15 231 24 233 11 17 13 from below incorrect page line introduction. The courageous action of that great Parsi, the late lamented Serdinshah Hanjib Davar, in convincing his colleagues on the board of the Parsi Panchayat trustees, that Dr. de la S. book on Zoroastrian theology was not worthy of the trustees' support, inasmuch as it was written along heterodox lines that were calculated to injure the deep-rooted religious sentiments of the large majority of his co-religionists, by reason of the doubts and ridicule cast therein on their time-hallowed tenets and practices, aroused great indignation and much recrimination in the tiny camp of so-called Kefirmers, but gave intense satisfaction to the community at large. It will be a matter of further satisfaction to my co-religionists, barring a handful of misguided progress. A 7 as, that Urbad Feroz Shaperji Mazani, that energetic, enthusiastic and learned Athornan, who has won deserved popularity by his courageous efforts after religious revival and social purity, should have undertaken the task of publishing a detailed reply to the many harmful doctrines and interpretations which Dr. de la has ventilated in that book. It is no doubt true that the ideas embodied in Zoroastrian LT, and theology are not in any sense new or original, but are repetitions of what a thimbleful of self-styled reformers have been moving heaven and earth, in season and out of season, to promulgate in the Parsi community, and though the latter, as a whole, has treated such attempts with silent contempt, and turned a sneering deaf ear to the fads of the more or less materialistic Sud and RNV and LNS, it might be as well to have in print a reply to these oft-repeated arguments from one who is well qualified to refute them. Urbad Mazani has received high university education and has for nearly 12 years made a study of the Parsi scriptures in their original languages, the Avesta and Pahlavi. Mere university degrees and philological knowledge, however, do not enable one to understand the Spirit 6 introduction. of an ancient religion like Zoroastrianism, or to comprehend the inner meaning of many of its doctrines and most of its ritual. A sympathetic study of theosophical, gnomic, or allied literature and other philosophies, and an inherent respect and reverence for one's own faith, accompanied by an honest attempt to lead a life of purity and service in faithful accord with Zoroastrian tenets, constitute essential qualifications in one who would venture to pronounce opinions not merely on the grammatical construction and philological translation of sacred texts, but on the fundamental spiritual, doctrinal and ritualistic ideas that underlie them. Ahura Mazda, as an ardent student of that exposition of Zoroastrian philosophy and ritual which has now grown familiar amongst Parsis under the name of El-Miklashnum, and as one who is a devout Zoroastrian in daily life possesses these qualifications, and his present attempt throws a good deal of light on Zoroastrian studies. That microscopic portion of the community which styles itself reformers, but whose activities prove them to be iconoclasts of a dangerous type, has a few pet ideas which constitute the constant refrain of what they would call their song of progress, but what is really speaking their iconoclastic dirge. They have moreover a few bogies which they now and often display with the object of frightening those that hold orthodox views. Ahura Mazda has done well in taking up these ideas one after another in order to prove their falsity, and in dismembering, in regular order, these bogies so as to expose before public view their utter hollowness. One such pet theory has been this: the Gathas constitute the earliest and most reliable scriptures, all other Avesta is later and younger. Anything in the latter that is not found in the Gathas may thus be challenged if it does not suit the whims of the heterodox. It is very conveniently forgotten that the Gathas are a small portion of the Avesta literature containing hymns, and cannot therefore be expected to embody either a complete philosophy, or an exhaustive ritual, nay, being mere introduction. VLL hymns cannot legitimately be expected to deal with these subjects at all. It is very interesting therefore to be told what Ahura Mazda has got to say on these points. Specially instructive is his reply to this argument of the older and later Avesta, and the very able manner in which he has traced and expounded references even in the Gathic hymns to the most important of Zoroastrian rituals, the yajna, commands our admiration. The reformers' bogey of muttering prayers in an archaic language, not understood, and their substitution by Gujarati, or maybe, English prayers, has been thoroughly and ruthlessly disrupted, and the explanation of the way in which mantras or mantras have their efficacy, given in the light of El-Miklashnum, and supported by numerous quotations, will be found as instructive as it is gratifying. The subject of animal sacrifice and of the duty of kindness to animals has been very thoroughly and wholeheartedly handled, as was to be expected from the author, who is a confirmed vegetarian and has consistently contended that the Zoroastrian religion has never even so much as countenanced the slaughter of dumb animals, either for satisfying the palates of men or for securing the grace of the Yazatas. The thorny question of proselytism, which has really been more a social than a religious question, but which has deliberately been misrepresented to be primarily a religious one, has also been cleverly handled, and many of the passages relied on by the proselytizing party thoroughly dissected. I am sure Ahura Mazda's work will give very instructive reading to Parsis and also to students of Zoroastrian lore, especially as it is permeated with gnomic interpretations which have not yet been very widely known. J. J. Vimadalal. Bandora, July 9, 1917. Preface. This book, perhaps the first of its kind in the field of original Zoroastrian literature in the English language, owes its existence to three different persons, an introduction with whom will not be out of place in the preface. When Dr. de La's book of Zoroastrian theology was brought out in 1914, the trustees of the funds and properties of the Parsi Panchayat were requested to extend their patronage to this book, and to buy a good number of copies of the same from the Sir Jamsetji Jajibhoy Translation Fund under their control. At that time the late Honorable Justice Sir Dinshaw D. Davar graced the board of the trustees, who in their final decision declared their unwillingness to patronize the book for various reasons, one of which was that the book contained among other crude and obnoxious ideas the advocacy of proselytism. Thereupon followed in the newspapers a series of ungentlemanly attacks from the Dhalates who were staunch supporters of the Judin marriage question, reviling in the most disrespectful terms possible the great personality of Sir Dinshaw Dabar, for the best opposition to the proposal of the trustees' patronage for the book, was launched forth by that fearless hero trustee. No one in the community dared to fight face to face with these zealots of proselytism, a handful of whom took pride as students of Avesta and Pahlavi languages. The silence or at the most the absence of literary campaign on the part of the Dabarians or opponents of Judinism let loose the most abominable abuse in the Dhalate papers on that great man Sir Dinshaw. At this stage my friend and colleague the late Irbad Sarab Jamaspi Panthaki, who was an honorary joint manager with me of the Zoroastrian Ilm Ikshnum Institute of Bombay, preface 9 instilled into my mind the idea of publishing a review of the book of Zoroastrian theology. This friend of mine, who was a reliable student of the Avesta and who was well versed in the detailed knowledge of Zoroastrian rituals and canons, was a sentinel of all public questions relating to the Zoroastrian religion and the existence of the Parsi community. He could not brook the gratuitous insult and the stream of gross abuse poured against the man who had stood the community in good stead at its most critical juncture, and therefore prevailed upon me in the matter of undertaking the task of writing a review only for Justice Dabar's sake. These words of my friend only for Justice my Dabar's sake are still ringing in ears. Then I approached the late Sir Dinshaw Dabar, and at the very first interview I saw in him a polite sympathetic friend, a savior of the community from extinction, and a sacrificer for doing what was only right. I was invited frequently to his bungalow and his chamber, and after a very pleasing exchange of views on religious and other social questions he entrusted the task to me with the word of encouragement of all sorts of help in the matter, the main help being pecuniary. At first it was arranged that I should contribute the review piecemeal in the columns of the Sanjay Vardaman paper, and a reprint of the same should be taken for publication in the book form. For some reason or other, the proprietor of the Sanjay Vardaman refused to allow this review to appear in his paper, and Sir Dinshaw thereupon asked RNE to go on with my work only with the idea of publishing it in the book form. A letter which I have been fortunate to preserve in my file and a facsimile of which has been given in the frontispiece of this book, will give some idea to the readers about the origin of this book. Petter Road, Dear Me. Mazani, 29-8-1915. This morning I handed over your manuscript to Mr. Ustamji Vachagandhi. I am no judge of the subject, so it was no use my reading it. Ustamji has promised to look into it and to publish it in the Sanjay in installments. He has also promised to consider the desirability of reprinting it in book form. TBEFACE. You might go and see him after 2 or 3 days. If the publication is worth it and if any pecuniary help is necessary, I will be happy to give it. Firoz S. Mazani, ESQ yours sincerely Dinshaw D. Dabar. After this letter of assurance of pecuniary help from Sir Dinshaw, who was ready to sacrifice money for the sake of weeding out a poisonous exotic from the field of Zoroastrian literature, the work of writing the review was continued. Nearly a half was finished in writing when by the inexplicable decree of nature the best adviser and sympathizer of the co-religionists was recalled to the unseen realms whence he had come. The sad news of the death of the patron of the community, Sir Dinshaw Dabar, was received with great mental agony and grief at a time when his presence in the questions of communal interest was most urgently needed. However, I was inspired to observe my promise of publishing the book to late Sir Dabar, with the offers of pecuniary help from other liberal members of the community. I have here to express a sense of my obligation to Mr. Jahangir D. Dabar, Bar Law, for presenting me with a very nice photograph of his late father, from which a copy has been reprinted for the frontispiece of this book. With the help of some friends of mine I have been able to get the pecuniary help necessary for the printing of the book, when Mr. Framrose C. Kavarana extended his helpful hand towards the book in the name of his dear departed son Kaikishru. The late Dr. Kaikishru F. C. Kavarana was a promising youth of the community, and one of the most efficient workers in the field of scientific manufacture of patent drugs and other articles of his own invention. The loss of such youths to the community is irremediable, and we have to resign ourselves to the will of him who ordains thee in preface. 11 Explicable events of birth and death. I take this opportunity of expressing my best thanks to Mr. Framrose, who has really given his money in what is termed in Pahlavi 8 or charity, AV, righty, in the name of his blessed Son. Thus we see that the book sees the light of the day through the instrumentality of, I, the thought of the late Irvad Sarab J. Panthaki, 2, the word of the late Sir Dinshaw D. Davar, and, 3, the deed in the name of the late Dr. Kaikishra P. Kavarana. There is not the least intention of making money out of the sale of this book, and I have no personal interest in writing this my book except that of rendering service to co-religionists in the field of Zoroastrian literature, and this work is purely a result of 2 years' labor of love. The proceeds from the sale of this book, therefore, will be given to some work of charity or some charitable institution. My thanks are due to my worthy friend Mr. Jahangir Jamshedji Umadalal, M.A., LLB, Solicitor, High Court, for favor of introduction. I have also to thank all those who have helped me in expediting the work of this book, especially a friend of mine who prepared fair copies from my rough hastily written manuscripts for the press. 108, Chandanwadi, Bombay, July 29, 1917. Firoz S. Masani. Contents. Dedication. Introduction. Preface. Dr. de la S. Inconsistencies. Prologue. 3v8xxx, XXXIV. Chapter I. The writer S. Division of Avesta Scriptures. Periods. Extent of the original Zoroastrian scriptures. The three groups of the 21 Nasks. Names of the 21 Nasks, into page 1_47234. Sathud Yasht, Sujur, Varsht Mansar. 5 Bagha, Yashtag, Hadukt, Spend 6 Damdad, Nada, Pajay, Kadadad Hate. 7 Barush, Kashashrub, Vishtaspsast 8 Nakajam, Dbasruhud, Husparam, Sakatam 9 Javachidadad, Chitradad, Baghanyasht. Inferences from the summary of 21 Nasks. Teaching of Itwals by Zoroaster. Darmstedter on the origin of all Avesta. Split between Gathas and later Avesta. Prophetic authority of all Avesta. Motive of excluding Avesta scriptures. Pahlavi as a key to the Avesta. 10, 11, 12, 13. 14, 15, 16, 17. Writer S. Inconsistencies. Re Pahlavi. 18. Merely a portion of Gatha's Zoroastrian. 19. XLLL. Contents. Heresy of reducing Zoroastrian Avesta texts to zero. Heretical view. All Avesta post-Zoroastrian argument based on a verse and quote, prose and quote, disregard for ceremonial observances. Difficulty of understanding the Avesta. Omission of Gathic and Avestic parallelisms. Gathic and Avestic angels and demons. Avestic ideas in embryo in the Gathas and Avesta and quote, Sashyant and quote. Avesta explains Gathic ideas in detail. Different authorships of the Avesta. An absurdity. All Avesta parts of one vast whole. Various styles and meters of extant Avesta. Different sources of the extant scriptures. Undue advantage of the ignorance of the reader. Mention of divinities in the Nasks. The first axiom in the study of Avesta. Zoroastrianism. Universal law of unfoldment. Later Avesta explain and supplement Gathas. Does not Avesta include Gathas? E.j. Gathic and Avestic Amishaspentas. Writer S. Sophistry. Reyasht literature. Gathic and Avestic divineness of mantra. Style of dialogue in Gathas and later Avesta. Style differs as the subject matter differs. Zoroastrian scriptures before mischief by Alexander Ahanavarya. The source of all Avesta. Concluding remarks. Page 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 14. Contents. Chapter 2. Page. The writer S. harping throughout the whole book on the same string of proselytism which really forms the burthen of his book. 48 to 106. Question involved in proselytism. The writer an advocate of conversion. 49. 50. Ashoy practice vital force for Zoroastrians. 51. Preaching of truth to whom, when and how. 52 Bauriotika Esha, one of three classes of souls. 53 No religion before Zoroaster. 54 Iran and Turan, no distinction of religion. 55 Yoish Dafriana, no convert. 56 Universality of Zoroastrianism. 57 Universal greatness and efficacy of Zoroastrianism. 58 Universality does not imply proselytism. 59 Writer S perversion of Gatha. 49, 6 and 44, 1060 No proselytism preached in Gatha. 53, 1. 61 Universal unfoldment by the law in Gatha. 31, 3. 62 Absurd and irrelevant reference to proselytism. 63 Royal examples of deviation from Zoroastrian law. 64 Far-fetched proselytism from Pahlavi. 65 Writer S ignorance of original Pahlavi. 66 Making the ignorant steadfast in faith, no proselytism. 67 Discussion of religion not same as proselytism. 68 Wrong historical reference to proselytizing movement. 69 Political influence not same as proselytism. 70 Proselytism not at all implied by political union. 71 The Magi no proselytes but original Zoroastrians. 72 No proselytism at all in Vendidad. 3, 40, 41 73 Universality of Zoroastrian law in Srashyasht Haddock. 74 Contents. 15 Proselytism nowhere in the Avesta. No proselytism in Yachna. 87 or Hashbam Zoroastrianism meant for advanced souls. Different religions for differently progressing souls. No proselytism in Yachna. XLII 6. No proselytism in Din and Haumayasht's priests preaching about spiritual progress. No proselytism in Yachna. LXI Orals ZI text and translation of Yachna. LXI Orals ZI. 1. Vibrationary effect of Yathfit, Hashem, and Yen H and T and M. No proselytism because no religion before Zoroaster. Sinahum Stutan not convert but disciple. No missionary proselytizing in Zoroastrianism. No Chinaman converted to Zoroastrianism. Book of Zoroastrian theology meant for proselytism. What is Ithoder Kabaya No consecration of cakes made by aliens. First know and practice your religion yourselves. The law of gradations necessitates more than one religion. Writer S reasons con proselytism exclusiveness implied by Ashoy, i.e. magnetic purity. Extinction of Zoroastrian community by proselytism. Proselytism discountenanced in Yachna HA 12. Neither Avesta nor Pahlavi pro-proselytism a Mazdayasna according to Pahlavi Dinkard. Pahlavi Dinkard on sterility resulting from conversion. Zoroastrian biological principle con conversion. We are Tokama P and SP and N i.e. preservers of seed. Proselytism keynote of book under review. Ideal teachings constitute life of Zoroastrianism. Community conscience con conversion. Proselytism never advocated in Zoroastrianism. Page 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, B3, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106 Contents. OHAT, TER in. Page. The writer S. Contempt of Zoroastrian rituals. 107 to 158 rituals taught in more than one Nask. 108 Yachna i.e. attunement generic term for rituals. 109 Yachna or ritualistic unison taught in the Gathas. 110 Zoroastrian rituals, part and parcel of Zoroastrianism. Ilgathic inevitableness of Yachna or ritual for attunement. 112 Yachna or ritual given by the Prophet himself. Hauma is ceremony of a foreign origin? 113 114 Hauma ceremony always recommended by Zoroaster. Hauma ceremony positively Zoroaster's teaching. Writer S. diluting style. Durashem Phi and Amp, LT, i.e. death removing in Gatha 32:14. 115 116 117 118 Hauma ceremony an efficient instrument of Zoroaster. 119 Hauma ceremony taught in Vendidad 19 and Yachna 9, X, 11 120 Hauma ceremony not at all identical with Soma ceremony a Ashimoa i.e. heretic re-rules of ceremonial. 9 principles in the human constitution urban needs ceremonials through stauda the agency of 121 122 123 124 ceremonies for the living and for the departed. Zoroastrian ceremonials spirito-scientific processes 10 fundamental laws of Zoroastrian rituals. 125. 126 127 The invisible working of Zoroastrian rituals 128 Part played by living water in ceremonials. 129 Contents. XVN page. Laws of higher science taught in Zoroastrian religion. Zoroastrian religion means universal science. Importance given in Avesta to ritual apparatus. Writer's ignorance of the fundamental laws of rituals. Actual scientific efficacy of the Izashwi ceremony. Hauma and Yajna not at all identical with Soma and Yajna. Master scientists Zoroaster master science mantra, so-called reformers, Archon rituals recital of padat i.e. expiatory prayer necessary. Kurdar i.e. action graphs in Hadak Nask and Gatha's rituals help for the soul in the unseen planes. Dualistic communication between the living and the departed. All ceremonies besides 3 nights benefit the soul. Rituals reach the realms unseen 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 Soul and Pharaohar always attached together benefit of rituals received by soul through Pharaohar array emanating from the soul itself. Souls invoked in the Avesta for ceremonials. 144. 145 146. 147 Reciprocal blessing affected by ceremonials. Pharaohar the channel between soul and ceremonial. 148. 149 Product of Kurdar and Yajna affect soul's position. Rituals meant for both Pharaohar and soul. 150 151 Pharaohars of souls distinct from Ash and Ftn and M Fravashinam 152 Pharaohars and Ashaunam Fravashinam in rituals. 153 Lack of genuine information in writers on Zoroastrianism. Rituals performed even in times of persecution. Zoroastrian religion and ritual inseparably linked together. The writer's agnosticism, cynicism, and skepticism. Concluding axioms re Zoroastrian ritual c. 154 155 156 157 158 18 contents. Chapter 4 page. The writer's leaning on the authority of foreign writers in the absence of Avestic evidence. 159 to 172 Anti-Zoroastrian ideas from foreign writers. 160 Nonsense about sacrifices from foreign writers. 161 Credulity, a grave defect in writers on Zoroastrianism. No killing of animals for the sake of any angel. The angel art visura certainly of Zoroastrian origin. False statements about animal sacrifice for Hauma. 162 163 164 165 No Greek, Indian, or Arabic influence on Zoroastrianism. 166 Persian books on Zoroastrian philosophy. Pahlavi origin. 167 Pahlavi and Persian writers far more reliable than English. 168 Exertion and destiny, an originally Zoroastrian law. Writer's dislike of the Gathic law of fate, Pashiajet 169 170 Pashiajet implies the law of individual responsibility. 171 Writer's sham knowledge of Zoroastrian religion. 172 Chapter V The writer's fondness for animal sacrifices said to have been encouraged in Zoroastrianism. Yajna never implies sacrifice or slaughter. 173 to 208. 174 Yajna implies spiritual attunement with Yazadic forces. 175 No slaughter but protection of animals in the Gathas. 176 Attunement and harmony with the animals in the Avesta. 177 Lifeless animal is termed Nasu in the Vendidad. 178 Cultivation of vegetable food in the Avesta Ashoy never implies slaughter of animals. The word dush never means beef or mutton. 179. 181 Gava means asterisk and amp, lt, milk libation in the rituals. 182 Absurdities of speculative philology. 183 Contents. 19 page. No advocacy of animal slaughter in Biram and Tir-Yashts. Contradiction in Biram and Major Hofton Yashts. Inconsistency between Gathas 32 and 50 and Biram Yasht and Mean Zayathra never Yajna bloodshed of animals. No slaughter advocated for Ardvisura and Hauma in Avesta. No slaughter for Hauma taught in Yajna 11, for no slaughter by Ahura Mazda for the sake of Tishtraya. Allegorical meanings of animals in the Avesta Ispa and Gatha Ushtra the in, are not literally true study of Avesta technicalities. Very essential bosh about animal slaughter from foreign writers. Crime of cooking a piece of flesh according to Vendidad. Offering of offal of animals to angels. No Ashoy principle. Difficulty of understanding the Pahlavi language. Scripture language differs from ordinary language. Destruction of the animals. Sin against Vohumano. Bodily Ashoy necessitates diet free from slaughter. Flesh food is included in hellish food. Vegetarianism an original principle of Zoroastrianism and pure by Kurdad diet Emerdad for the unfoldment, the ideal goal of life necessitates a pure diet. Meat diet not at all advocated in Vendidad 447 to 49. Vohumanangha or good mind and meat diet, a contradiction. 10 Fundamenta of the Zoroastrian vegetarian principle. Zoroastrianism must needs imply vegetarianism. 184 185 186 187 188 189 190 191 192 193 194 195 196 197 198 199 200 201 202 203 204 205 206 207 208 XX Contents. Chapter 6 page. The writer's cynical view of the prayer effect of Avesta scriptures, 209-276 Ahanavar prior to the entire manifested universe. Stauda Yajna basis of the universe and the Avesta. 210-211 Uru Stauda M and Enthra Yaz Fshusho M and Enthra Spenta 212 Knowledge of Stauda Yajna worth acquiring. 213 In tune with Ahura Mazda through Sriyasha. 214 Holiness necessary for the practice of Stauda. Zarathustra the first practitioner of Stauda. We call ourselves practitioners of Stauda and Mantra. Stauda Yaknati laws of prime existence. 215 216 217 218 Ahunor Varasha Vahish Tafshusho Mantra. Stauda Yakna 219 Power, success, aura, and efficiency of the words of Stauda Yakna. 220 Practice of Stauda leads to ideal Afkshaniment. 221 Stauda Yakna the excellent fundamenta and decide ratum unf oldment means attunement with highest Stauda attunement with Sriyasha through Ashoy and Mantra Stauda. 224 7 Main points. Reattunement through Stauda. Vibration is the fundament of the universe. Gatha protection, defense, food, and clothing for our soul. 226 227 Contents XXI page. Function of Stauda in the efficiency of mantra 228 16 axioms re Stauda Yakna 229 Stauda at the bottom of Zoroastrian sun worship Stauda and Zoroastrian brotherhood i.e., universal attunement knowledge and practice of Stauda the capital boon. Divine make of mantra according to Gathas Druj destroyed and Ahura Mazda attuned through mantra bliss to the practitioner of mantra with Ashoy. Best existence attained by mantra practice with Kusti. Ashanavar Stauda mantra first principles of creation attunement with Sraj through the superior vibration. Ahanavar Fshusho mantra yakna weapons of Sraj universal attunement by means of mantra the mantric vibration effect of Yakna Hoptain Haiti Mantra for the opus magnus of universal attunement. Staudic efficacy of the names of Amishas Spentas. Powerful efficacy of these names against all evil forces. Fortification of mantric vibration against all evil ones. Mantra cure and name of Kordad against 5 main Druha. Word of Ahanavar most victorious in any danger. Mantra Sparita is superior to all other created things. Urvan of Ahura Mazda is mantra spenta 230 231 232 233 234 235 236 237 238 239 240 241 242 243 244 245 246 247 248 249 XX11 Contents. Page. Ahanavar is Zarathustra's weapon against Angra Mania mantra spenta the self-indicator of Mazdayasnian law. Arurnanishi mantra next to 5 gathas in efficacy. Efficacy of mantra varies directly with Mithra and Ashoy. Cools deducible from the Avestan references to mantra. Vibration color as the basis of the Avesta mantra. Spirit of mantra comprehensible by the vibration laws. Sriasha and Zarathustra both mantra-bodied practitioners of mantra are associates of Zoroaster. Yatha, Hashem, Yenhi, protection, order, attunement. Attunement with Ahanavar leads to best existence. Yatnahu Vario sustains attunement with Ahanavar. Mantra as weapon of Sriasha, Ram, and Zarathustra law of Stauda in Kusti, Hauma, Sun, Mantra and Zarathustra. Writer-s ignorance of the spirit of Zoroastrian prayers. Vibration effect of mere muttering of mantra extant Avesta testimony to the efficacy of Ahanavar. Demons destroyed by the mere recital of holy spells. Kesidal of Hashem Vohu at the expiration of one's life. Writer-s own testimony to the efficacy of mantra. Ahanavar the quintessence of the entire scriptures. Conclusions Rewriter-s knowledge of mantra effect. Writer-s own cynicism about the efficacy of mantra. Recital of mantra is not unintelligible gibberish. Pazend and Persian recitals do not supplant the Avesta. Avesta vibration efficacy purely Zoroastrian teaching. Writer-s perverse attitude re-efficacy of mantra. 250 251 252 253 254 255 256 257 258 259 260 261 262 263 264 265 266 267 268 269 270 271 272 273 274 275 276 Contents, X Slil Chapter 7 The Writer-s word Magi hodgepodge on the page 277 to 302 Writer-s views re-Magi borrowed from foreign writers. 278 Writer-s queer distinction Athrabans between Agi M and Amp, GT, and 279 Writer-s denial of the recognition of Magi in the Avesta. The recognition of the Magi in Palaviv is Matfopet the Avesta recognizes the Magi by the term Magavan, characteristics of the Magavan, the holiest order. Magian system of exposure of corpses purely Zoroastrian Dicamite Asto dna, distinguished from interment theory of the Magian Dalarathravanik origin of the Avesta. Writer S. gleanings re Magi from other writers. Zarathustra himself a Magus, a possibility. Magi were the priests of the Zoroastrian religion. Magi preserve the original truths of Zoroastrianism. Zarathustra, a Magav according to Gatha XXXIII, 7. Mega or spiritual greatness of the Kavish Taspa Magavan recognized in Gatha 33:7 and 51:15. Magavan the highest grade of Zoroastrian priesthood. The 8 grades of Atjiravan in the Avesta *Srasha Varaza the holiest Wch Magav no marriage for the Kaki Ivadal Ha-M and Inmi Magav. Vendidad 4:47 distinguishes Magav from a married person. T Magav recognized in Yakna 65:6. Magav the Zoroastrian ideal of man. 9 inferences re Magavan and Magi. Writer S. Hodgepodge re Magi leaves reader in the lurch. 280, 281, 282, 283, 284, 285, 286, 287, 288, 289, 290, 291, 292, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, 298, 299, 300, 301, 302 XXIV contents chapter page. The writer S. prophecy of there being various writers of the different Avesta scriptures 303 to 324. The faith Kilij false theory of some philologists 304. Absence of the chronology of Avesta scriptures 305. Avesta neither post-Zoroastrian nor pre-Zoroastrian 306. Zarathustra the only name as author of all Avesta 307. Zoroastrian rituals not at all borrowed from Vedas 308. 21. Avesta asks of Zoroaster the origin of all 309. Gathic idea of evil spirit not differing from Avestic 310. Writer S. artifice of crying down all Avesta scriptures 311. Writer S. nonsense recomposition of the Yashts 312. Writer S. speculation re several authorships of Avesta 313. Beauties of the Avesta Yasht literature functions of Yazatas inculcated in the Yashts. Writer S. denouncement of Avesta scriptures. Other Avesta supplementary to and explanatory of Gatha's. Writer S. belief Avesta scriptures not Zoroastrian. Writer S. heretical opinion re Avesta scriptures. Indian student S. blind belief in Western fascination. Heretical view re authorship of Avestan scriptures. Deplorable inability of students to understand Avesta. Blind doubt of the authorship of Avesta. No scholarship. 9 important points re authorship of Avesta. 314, 315, 316, 317, 318, 319, 320, 321, 322, 323, 324 contents. XXV chapter 9 page. The writer S. ignorant ridicule of the observance of menses by women 325 to 374 laws of Hazaosha Flamist and Ran i.e., polarity and duality 326 invisible function of the terracotta IV and Ji Kurashan fulcrum of Kora in all the levers of Ashoy Tarajkats. 327 328 The efficacy of the terracotta IV and Jih and Jot 329 canons of removing hair and nails in Vendidad 17, 5 and 7 330 *ru necessitates protection of Urvan against *1 Druhipur Urbanic powers resulting from the practice of Ashoy 331 332 Renovation 1 dirty implies ultimate triumph of Aska over a life of Druid leads to reincarnation on this earth. 334 Druid results in spiritual destruction of all 335 Druid full soul reincarnated according to Gathas 46, 49, and 51, destructive influence of Drujinasu seclusion of menstruous women according to Vendidad. Vendidad enjoins magnetic purity against Druid. 336 337 338 339 Pregnancy causes of generic Druid Isham in Vendidad and Manthra Umsvinai Varani Druid annulled by of holiness. Fight between Ashoy and Druid, offensive and defensive. A Zoroastrian must not be Dramel i.e. practitioner of Druid. Destruction of some species of Druid by name of cord and d ttt. Underscore 340 34 342 /iok 344 xx6 Contents. Pags. Conquest over all Druid badge of a Zoroastrian 345 Ashoy and Srosh vs Druid and Ishma 346 Attunement with Srishiaska yearning of Mazdayasnians. 347 Destruction resulting from Mithra Druid emphasis on truthfulness in Iranian primary education and sins of sexual causes Druid IBG rouse for the seclusion of menstruous women. 349 350 351 Quarters for menstruous women according to Vendidad 16 352 A menstruous woman must not occupy herself upstairs. A menstruous woman renders the house unfit for rituals 353 354 Mathematical 1 Calculation of CRA/M or K and dam i.e. pace. Asterisk bodily purity indispensable to purity of mind and soul. A woman in menses never looked upon as physically pure 355 356 357 The writer mouthpiece of A.E. formers. Handful of so-called 358 Vendidad and Dinkard re the evil look of a menstruous woman. Isolation of menstruous woman and the vibration law of Stauda. 359 360 Propriety of seclusion from hygienic point of view. Drujinasu and the look of a menstruous woman on a dead body writer's sarcasm of the belief in human aura. Karinang, Cleothra, Kora, and G. Adman, Le aura. Oram Korayu, i.e. original Zoroastrian teaching in Avesta 361 362 363 364 365 Kirpa affected or prohibikora resulting from Ashoy, ... 366 Contents. XXVLL Kirchby preserved injunctions of strictly magnetic purity. Virtue or aura referred to in the Bible page. 367 368 Educated parses of today ignorant of canons of religion 369 Dravand i.e. evil ones reincarnate according to Vendidad 370 Law Zoroastrian freeing from fight and from weapon 10 Axioms re practical purity from Avesta scriptures. 371 372 Opinions of senior Avesta students re-isolation in menses 373 Cancellation of rituals in the premises of women in menses. 374 Chapter X The writer's views re Zoroaster's place in the universe. 375 to 409 Efference to the unique position of Zoroaster in Avesta. 376 Enumeration of the spiritual potencies of Zoroaster. Zoroaster, the one advanced soul Gatha 29:8 and 51:12 Zoroaster the most advanced soul in spirituality. Zoroaster's will parallel to that of Ahura Mazda Zoroaster teacher of soul's majestic march up to Garovana. 377 378 379 380 381 Physical body of Zoroaster superior to that of ordinary men. Zoroaster ranks among Nab Najishtan class of souls 382 383 Zoroaster Sasniv unsurpassed by the highest intellect. Wide gulf between the soul of Zoroaster and that of ours. Miracles of Zoroaster, a fact from his divine delegation. 384 385 386 Zoroaster revered as a Yazida. Zoroaster though a man, yet not a man like ourselves. Zoroaster's unsurpassed communion with Vohumana and Srasliya. 387 388 389 XXV111 Contents. Page. Zoroaster's spiritual vision of Ahura Mazda. Zarathustra alone heard the commandments of Ahura Mazda. Zoroaster's successful campaign with Angra Mainyu. Zoroaster bombards devas with the word of Alunavar, meaning of devas, species of devas in the Avesta. Manthrastotic maneuver of Zoroaster's duel with devas Hauma and other Khn strict gun for overthrowing evil spirit. Zoroaster's fight with the devas real and palpable, no myth. Writer's references to Zoroaster's fight with the devas. Writer's disbelief in the miracles. 5 marvels of Zoroaster. Miracles of Zoroaster, a fact stated in more than one Nastc West's evidence. Avestan source of miracles in Palavel. Rationale of miracle of feet of Aspisinhie Black Horse. Writer's inconsistency. Re Zoroaster's unique position. No wife and children of Zoroaster because of Kitva and Amp, Lt. Siddhartha and quote. Down with skepticism and cynicism in Avestan studies. Writer's testimony to ideal greatness of Zoroaster and in a Zoroaster universal leader of spiritual adepts. Yakna 71 Humble address to Zoroaster by any devout admirer. The unique delegate of Ahura Mazda is Zarathustra. 390 391 392 393 394 395 396 397 398 399 400 401 402 403 404 405 406 407 408 409 Chapter 11 Miscellaneous Hobbies of a handful of so-called reformers. Arda Virafate Efadarbad Malarespan formers, constructive Avestic yearnings for spiritual leaders and holy guides. And progress implies individual universal perfection. Frasho guard i.e. renovation versus retrograde move *meant 411 412 41 3 414 415 Contents. XXIX page. Gathic Shnum The original Zoroastrian esotericism. Zoroastrianism comprises occult and esoteric philosophy. Izeng and U Yakna muscles and viscera of Zoroastrianism. D Zoroastrian Na, C equals radius Razen, circle, and amp, Lt, Ashoy equals center, Yakna circumference and amp, Lt, L equals. The law revealed to Zoroaster implies all knowledge. Glorious stages unseen revealed in Zoroastrianism, the grand cosmogenical chart, Jesmani alam i.e. physical plane, and beyond. Attunement with 15 Adish of nature through Adish Ibiram Avesta technical terms to be deciphered by Stauda laws. Philology system starting with startling speculations. Ain't till sc grotesque stuff owing to meager extant Avesta. Writer's dislike for Zoroastrian esotericism. Holy Pahlavi das stirs far superior to cynic philologists. Faith cleaved by speculative philology translations. A proportion Kshnuum, philology, kernel, husks. Faith and practice superior to infidelity and knowledge. Faith and belief in mysticism, not credulity. Efficacy Jayamazifram and Korev Chakra standpoints, Tf of Izar and quote, of Pahlavi school and philologist S and quote, dirty Stufi and quote, destructive dogmas of rash reformers and quote, a Shehiktu and quote, premier characteristic of Zoroastrianism 9 rememberable points re Zoroastrian studies. Patient waiting bounden duty of Avesta student. 416 417 418 419 420 421 42 2 423 424 425 426 427 428 429 430 431 432 433 434 435 436 437 438 439 Epilogue, 440-442 XXX de la S inconsistencies. Page, a collection of Dr. de la S inconsistencies. 1 Pahlavi works useful and useless 2. Gathas and younger Avesta discordant, and concordant. A3. Gathas and later Vesta split, supplement 4. Gathas and younger Avesta far removed, commentary. A5. Gathas and later Vesta no ritual, ritual 6. Holy works of the great prophet not existing, existing but destroyed 7. 21 Nasks not given by Zoroaster, Lord God has announced to the holy prophet. 8 Teaching of mantra to proselytes, to the veriest few in the closest circle. 9 Persian marriages with Jewish women advocacy of Judin marriages, Dinkart inveighs against such unions. 10 Persian proclivity for Christianity advocacy of admixture, branded as sin by co-religionists. 11 Medes and Persians peoples of different religions, both Zoroastrian peoples. 12 Sustenance of the life of Zoroastrianism by addition of a number of aliens, by virtue of its eternal verities and its immortal truths. 13 Hauma ceremony Gathas silent about it, epithet of Hauma in the Gathas. 14 Hauma cult Zoroaster invade against it, Zoroaster proclaimed it as praiseworthy. 15 Ceremonials for the departed soul it is not affected by them, it is protected from the attack of demons by ceremonials through Sraj 16. Efficacy of Zoroastrian rituals none, ceremonies longed for by the Fravishis of the dead 17. Ceremonies not necessary, even the good soul is helped by them to ascend to the highest Garotman. 27 29 38 40 45 46 55 64 65 72 104 118 121 124 148 150 Mala T and Amp, GT, E, S inconsistencies. XXXI page. 18 Zoroastrian writes more for the interest of the living than for the imagined interest of the dead, contribute to the betterment of the souls in the next world. 140 to 151 19. Greek influence intolerance for its appearance in Persian books of mysticism, fondness for its help in order to advocate animal sacrifice. 20 Law of Destiny Pahlavi Menachai betrays Muslim influence while preaching fatalism, past, present and future related to one another, and fate and exertion linked like body and soul 167 169 21. Animal sacrifices encouraged in the Avesta, crime of burning and cooking dead matter created by Angra Mainyu, for which capital punishment enjoined by Vendidad. 105 22. Animal slaughter for food or sacrifice allowed by Zoroaster, cattle the counterparts of Bohuman ought to be nourished and not to be delivered over to cruel tyrants by the follower of Zarathustra propitiating Bohuman. 198 3. Destruction of the animal world advocated in the Avesta, Bohuman teaches mankind to take care of his cattle under whose feet is trodden one who has ill-treated them 199 24. Animal diet for a Zoroastrian allowed in the scriptures, Dinkard says that men by the time of the eternal welfare of the universe, Fraz Haggard, will cease eating meat and subsist on milk and vegetables. 225. Flesh food countenanced in Zoroastrianism, ambrosia is the food of the righteous souls in heaven and the inmates of hell are supplied with blood, filth, flesh etc. 200 to 200 and 126. Animal slaughter for food licensed for Zoroastrians, not consistent with the commandment of compassion to animals and incompatible with righteousness. 27. Vegetarian movement never countenanced by the Zoroastrian Church. Righteousness implies purity of body, mind, and spirit, and propitiation of bohuman requires protection of cattle from oppressors, and decomposed meat not to be consecrated to any angel, 28. Abstinence from flesh food, and spirituous liquors not enforced by Zoroaster. Propitiation of Kurdad and Amrdad implies pure water and vegetable kingdom devised for drink and food. TTT 201 202 203 XXXII Drive de las Inconsistencies. Page 29. Vegetarianism discountenanced in Zoroastrianism, blindly seeking the passing good of the body necessitates sacrifice of the lasting good of the soul. 30. Long, healthy life full of good thoughts desirable for spiritual progress. The man who nourishes his body with meat can well withstand the demon of death. 204 204 31. Muttering of mantras or formulas procures the best reward. The healing power of the recital of various formulas is a later interpolation. 265 32. Names of Ahura Mazda and Amisha spent as most victorious of spells whose uttering is synonymous with efficacy. The multifarious epithets are the figurative expressions of human language. 266 33. Avesta as the vehicle of prayers. Sven Mir recital most efficacious. The tongue in which Ormuzd addressed his heavenly court, and Ahriman harangued his ribald crew. 266 to 272 34. Efficacy of Avesta prayers none because mere mumbling of an unintelligible gibberish, inherent magical, efficacy of mere utterance of the sacred texts. 273 to 275 35. Seclusion in menstruation. No need of such archaic injunctions because woman not unclean and impure at such a time. Bodily uncleanliness means spiritual pollution. 357 36. Isolation during menses not necessary on account of modern society's profound knowledge of hygiene. Isolation most and essential because of evil magnetic aura spiritual contagion. 363 37. Zoroaster practical, common-sense thinker. Disorder in the world demands the services of a great mastermind, a genius, a philosopher, nay a prophet, a Yazida. 385 to 387 38. Preparations in heaven for Zoroaster only an attempt to convince the disbelievers and heretics of the true mission. According to Gathas, Vohumana declares in heaven in the council that Zarathustra is the only mortal who has heard the divine commands. 386 39. Miracles of Zoroaster invented by the Pahlavi writers. Prophet's conferences with Amisha spends in Gathas and younger Avesta, and Vohumana approaches Zarathustra as said in Gathas, and Zarathustra's vision of Ahura Mazda 38:8. And quote, 390 Dr de las Inconsistencies. XXXII page 40. Fight of Zoroaster with demons. Garb of miracle given by the Pahlavi school. Angra Mainya grovels before Zarathustra and the demons are terrified at the birth of Zoroaster. 397 to 398 41. Zoroaster historical personage of the Gathas, made superhuman in the later Avesta. And enshrouded by miracles in Pahlavi. Ahura Mazda wins over Zoroaster to make him follow the law, and the prophet asks for the power of spiritual leadership, and Zarathustra is able to pass over the bridge to paradise by the practice of rules of righteousness taught by Ahura Mazda 399 to 403 42. Zoroaster's position common sense philosopher, the chosen of Ahura Mazda and the only hope of the Zoroastrian community. 405 43. Reform movement and progress. The world progresses towards perfection and humanity evolves towards the ideal, and an inborn impulse prompts man to strive after the divine. The chapter on reform movement pages 343 to 351 of Zoroastrian theology. 414 44. Philosophy in Zoroastrian religion. No sound system of philosophy that attaches all possible interest to the next world alone. Man should bethink himself to prepare for the journey to the next world, because the soul exists for the short span of its life on earth in the tenement of the body. 416-4 1845. Mazdayasna philosophy. To be righteous is synonymous with being religious. The Sasanian church failed when she descended to rigid formalism. 419 Prologue. In the following chapters it is intended to put before the Parsi public, who are unfortunate in having no chance of knowing what their prophet of prophets, holy Zoroaster the Spitaman, has taught to them under the name of Zoroastrianism or law of the universe as taught by Zoroaster, some facts enabling them to see how the majority of the Parsi public who are ignorant of Avesta and Pahlavi studies can be easily led astray by the so-called Parsi Avesta scholars who have monopolized the entire work of opining on all questions latent or patent, secular or ritualistic, celestial or terrestrial re-Zoroastrianism. Recent work called Dr. de la S. Zoroastrian theology seems to be a bold attempt at misguiding the almost 0.9% of the Parsis who have had no opportunity of originally consulting the Zoroastrian lore in the extant Avesta and Pahlavi writings as a matter of their own personal study thereof. At the outset it must be clearly understood that the said book has no real substance in itself, and that it is simply full of the chaff of the writer's idols of the mind as well as his idols of the marketplace. In other words, the book is a mere jumble of all the speculative and predominant ideas either taking root in the mind of the writer on account of the seeds of the Western learning sown into it, or growing from outside as a result of reports of various speculative hearsays received from a handful of such friends as have borrowed such ideas wholesale from books and authors without caring in the least to consult the original Avesta scriptures. It is not intended to pass animadversions on the style and diction of the book, on the linguistic slipshots, or on the personality of the learned writer. This attempt is meant simply to show that such mushrooms like the book under review have already grown in the vast field of Zoroastrian scripture literature, and that the present work of Pahlavi XXXV Dr. de la is simply an addition, and quite an undesirable one, to the many strictly speaking Ryan Zoroastrian ideas containing books, though their title may designate the epithet Zoroastrian. Hence an attempt is made throughout the following chapters to point out as in a geometrical or mathematical theorem that the book called Zoroastrian Theology is simply a beadwork of the writer's own non-Zoroastrian-like or alien ideas incoherently joined together into a number of chapters classified into different periods imaginarily created out of the writer's own mind, and not at all based on any internal evidence. The reader will be able to note a number of inconsistencies in the ideas of the writer himself, these reaching such a degree as to enable the reader to make neither head nor tail of what the writer wishes to convey. There are so many logical fallacies of begging the question, that but for these fallacies it would have been even impossible for the writer to write his book. Empirical statements and dogmatic assertions without any reasonable proof thereof entirely tire the reader out. The chief artifice employed in the arrangement of the book and its method of treatment is the omission of original Avesta text quotations, with an empty hollow list of references to various chapters and sections from Avesta and Pahlavi translation books. Very few, almost none, who are not acquainted with the original Avesta writings, can easily detect this artifice employed for misdirecting the reader into a wrong belief that the work is teeming with genuine Zoroastrian teachings. Yet as we shall see, the entire work is not at all genuine, not at all sincerely giving out facts and figures as they exist in the original Avesta, but there is to be found a counterfeited earnestness with a favorite mission lurking behind it. The writer by his very method wrongly tries to convey that he has simply given out things existing in the original Avesta scriptures. His method consists in grouping together imperfectly translated sentences here and there picked out from various translation books of the Avesta on any particular subject, and in putting in the main body of a chapter this whole group in a chain or bead-like form, and marking every sentence at a full stop with figures, and giving scripture references for these XXXV Pahlavi figures in the footnote of a page. From the smart way of writing, a reader of the English language who has never read a letter of the Zoroastrian scriptures in the original, may be readily led to believe such a work to be real, systematic, and genuine, propounding the prophet's own ideas as it were on Zoroastrian theology. What is really seen is this, that in many places we find in the main body of the chapter the bead-like ideas to be simply imperfect or wrong translations suitable only to the pet idols of the writer, with wanton additions and omissions serving his own purpose of carrying his favorite mission home to the public. If the reader reads a sentence in the main body of the chapter and notices a figure placed on it, and then sees reference for that figure at the foot of the page he is reading, he seems to imagine that the idea read by him in the main body is an idea occurring in the Zoroastrian text referred to in the footnote, whereas, if the same reader goes actually to refer to the text and tries to find that idea out, and moreover if he is a student of the Vesta, to his great surprise he sees there absolutely no such idea given in the original Avesta text. Thus it is that the reader is misguided, and such a book meant to pass as authority on Zoroastrian theology must be publicly run down as a collection of dangerous views disgracing Avesta study in itself. The writer's own shabby views, shrouded in the dark silken cover of polish and smartness, thrust and enforced on the ignorato favista Parsi public, can no longer prevail, and the trustees of the funds and properties of the Parsi Panchayat have very aptly dealt a death blow to such an unguaranteed heterodox book by refusing to encourage the sale of it from the funds of the Parsi Zoroastrian community under their control. With these initial words we shall now proceed to examine the subject matter of the book itself. It is quite certain that 99% of the Parsi community are quite ignorant of the reading, writing, and understanding of Avesta and Pahlavi. Hence a duty towards religion and community has devolved upon me, of showing the existence of counterfeit works in Zoroastrian lbalagi. My literature to co-religionists and aliens who take interest in the Zoroastrian studies. It is a very difficult task to write something like a review of such a book as Dr. Dhau's Zoroastrian theology without the reviewer's own personal and original knowledge of Avesta and Pahlavi writings in their own languages, those who have studied Avesta and Pahlavi as their classical languages in the university have almost all of them unfortunately imbibed the idols of the marketplace re-Zoroastrianism, and therefore such students can never be expected to take an unbiased and fair review of such works proceeding from their own school. The other class who is quite unfamiliar with Avesta and Pahlavi has, fairly speaking, no right to write a review on a book requiring a special knowledge thereof, and even if anybody of this class writes one, it cannot stand in argument against those very few to whom the pages of Avesta and Pahlavi texts have been wide open. Hence, although I myself have studied Avesta and Pahlavi in their school, I have adopted quite a different line of study and have left off picking up and accumulating together their idols of the marketplace, for though I am, or rather was, in their school, I have never been of their school. As such, I shall try best to point out all the undesirable ideas and fallacies in the said book simply out of duty. It is necessary also to give an explanation of the title of this review, viz., Zoroastrianism Ancient and Modern. The expression ancient Zoroastrianism implies the teachings and tenets of the Zoroastrian Mazdayasna law as originally given by the Prophet himself in the 21 Nasks. Nearly 9,000 years have elapsed since the advent of that greatest spiritual leader the earth has ever had. The present Parsi community in India who follow Zoroastrianism are entirely in the dark as to the genuine original teachings about the unfoldment of the soul, inculcated fortunately only by their JTTH part prophet 9,000 years ago. Of the entire Zoroastrian scripture none has been preserved with them, and that too in a peculiarly mutilated form. Hence it has been very difficult, nay almost impossible, to judge of the original teachings of the great universal religion of Zoroaster. XXXVII Prologue. Recently, about 50 years ago, the Western method of the study of religions was applied to these remnant mutilated Avesta fragments, and the study of comparative philology disclosed more markedly the ruinous condition of the extant scriptures. Now it happened that a number of observances of Ashoy or holiness canons and rituals which were perpetuated traditionally merely by a practical observance thereof could not be seen in nor verified by the philological student of the crumbs of the entire Avesta scriptures. The philological student, with the vaingloriousness attendant upon the intellectual development, preached the ineffectiveness and foreign character of these Ashoy principles and rituals. Consequently, the community was divided into the orthodox or the majority who have upheld and reverently followed all the traditional observances of rituals and canons of holiness in their daily and life, the reformed or heterodox a handful of the school of philology who have become skeptics, cynics, agnostics, and even atheists as the result of their philological study of these Avesta fragments, and have posed themselves as well-versed master adepts and grand teachers of the entire Zoroastrian religion. By modern Zoroastrianism and AMP.LT, as part of the title of this book is meant therefore all the newly hatched strange teachings of the upstarts who have devised an Anglo-Zoroastrian religion of their own, paying respect only to the 5 Gathas or only a portion thereof, deriding all observances of Ashoy or holiness in everyday life, ridiculing all rituals, prayers, faith in religion etc., and teaching their hearers and readers to believe only what is based on reason or rather sense perception. Thus these modernists have aped without understanding what is termed rationalism in the West, and they are accustomed to believe only what their reasoning faculty and the 5 senses allows them to perceive. Hence these modernists cannot believe in the existence of Ahura Mazda, Amishaspentas, Yazatas, soul, immortality Jane worlds etc. etc., because all these are found to be not at all based on their sort of ration alism they cannot believe in evolution as applied to Zoroastrianism, because revelation stands in contravention to their ideas of rationalism. Prologue XXXIX. The Book of Zoroastrian Theology is one of the many books of this so-called rationalistic school of Avesta students. It echoes all the absurd, nonsensical, and unreasonable views held by the majority of the philological school of the Avesta about the greatest, best and most excellent universal religion of Zoroaster. The book advocates very emphatically the admission of aliens into the Zoroastrian fold simply with the investiture ceremony, and the advisability of intercommunal marriages. It seems that the book has been written with the sole mission of Judin conversion and Judin neologies, for the writer throughout the book strikes the iron wherever he finds it hot. When the attempts of the advocates of proselytism are baffled in the recent suit against the trustees of the Parsi Panchayat of Bombay, Vidi 11 Bomb. LRP 85, they have tried to procure in black and white the arguments pro-proselytism in the name of Zoroastrian scriptures, and Dr. de la ran to their succor. The late Sir Dayasha Davar, who took part in that lawsuit as one of the judges conjointly with Sir Justice Beeman, was dead against the foul attempts of these proselytists for various valid reasons. When he saw that Dr. de la's book was motived only for preaching proselytism, he feared lest the book might some day be held up as authority by a council in any other similar proselytism suit, and desired to have a book refuting home all the rotten ideas contained in the Zoroastrian theology, so that such a refutation in a book form might be presented to the bench by a council on the opposite side. Thus this book Zoroastrianism Ancient and Modern was commenced with the far-sighted view of its usefulness held by the hero Serdin Shah, who was ready to sacrifice a mite of his money for the sake of saving his small community from being merged into an unremeable base product of various bloods incompatibly and unscientifically and irreligiously mixed together by Judin marriages. It must be admitted that this book Zoroastrianism Ancient and Modern is indebted to the most worthy source of Zoroastrian study. This venerable source is designated in the Avesta by the term Kshnum. This blessed term implies from its derivation Kshnuti for, to be enraptured or to be beatific, the esoteric no XL prologue. Ledge of the laws of nature, the occult or hidden knowledge which raises the devotee of it to the inner joy amounting to ecstasy. Every great religion of the world has the Kshnum or esoteric or occult elucidation of its teachings preserved, by a group of advanced souls shut out from the public, and the Kshnum side of all the great religions differs in degrees proportionately to the intensity of the depth of the teachings of each of the religions. The immutable law of gradations must not be overlooked when the Kshnum or esoteric side of any religion is followed as a line of study, just as in the case of any other branch of science or knowledge. Zoroastrianism, being the universal teaching of all the laws of nature, is gifted with the most exalted and when exhilarating Shnum of its own. The inevitable did occur, and Zoroastrianism had to be in abeyance for some centuries as decreed in the Ziravanidreg Hokabadata or the self-created long cycle, this Shnum side of Zoroastrian teachings disappeared from the public view, and it fell to the fortunate lot of a very few highly unfolded souls who also disappeared from public life and became Gufanashan or settled in caves and mountain recesses, to preserve this intact with them. These blessed souls are known by the term Sahabdelan or master hearts having a Srashavaraza or worshipful Grand Master as their venerable leader and guide. Even today these Sahabdelan or master hearts are living a life of strictly Zoroastrian ashoy or holiness in a considerable number of men, women, and children. They are completely hidden from public view, and it is very rarely that the blessed face of any one of Sahab these Delan can be seen by one out of the public. One Parsi Zoroastrian, a respectable gentleman of Bombay, at present residing in Surat, Mr. Baharamsha Navroji Shroff, has been fortunate to have come in contact with these Sahabdelan pious souls in accordance law with the inexplicable of or Pashiajet Keshish the of distributive adjustment of credit and debit of souls mutually with one another and with unseen forces working in nature. Mr. Baharamsha, whom his disciples in India call by the respectful Tira and Amp, Lt. Ustad Sahib or Grand Master of Religious Knowledge, received some from glimpses of Shnum the Amp, Lt. K. Sahabdelan residing in Damavand Koh of Persia. He himself lived with them for a prologue. Sleep period of about 3 years, during which the most revered and worshipful blessed Grand Master Srashavaraza Martban, the Dastura and Dastur of the present Sahabdelan group of souls, bestowed upon Mr. Baharamsha the gift of Zoroastrian Shnum knowledge or Ilm Shnum. After his return from Persia, Mr. Baharamsha remained silent for about 30 years, for he felt the rationalistic and materialistic tendency of the time too strong to allow him a patient hearing of the up to the present unknown esoteric side of the Zoroastrian religion. Then about 10 years ago, when Mr. Baharamsha was pressed by his friends to open Shnum classes for the public, he consented with great reluctance, and there came into existence what is known by the name of the IC Zoroastrian Ilm Shnum Insti Bombay. Toot of Mr. Baharamsha, as the proprietor and Ustad Sahib of this institute, conducts weekly or fortnightly classes, and public lectures are arranged under the auspices of the same institute. Brochures containing explanations of the details of Zoroastrian rituals are published with the liberal help of the members of the institute and other members of the community for free distribution amongst the Parsi public, and books entitled Zoro Astrian Ilm Shnum series are published by Mr. Baharamsha. Unfortunately, all the teachings of Zoroastrian Ilm Shnum are out in the Gujarati vernacular language, and the present book, i.e. Zoroastrianism Ancient and Modern, is the first English book putting before the public some faint outlines of Ilm Shnum, the original esoteric line of Zoroastrian religion. With a philological study of Avesta and Pahlavi for the last 12 years and the Shnum teaching of Zoroastrianism for the last 10 years, I have been able to see that the philological study of Avesta merely procures the shells for the student, whereas Shnum inserts the original kernel necessary to make the whole nut. I have seen with great precision that the philological study of the Avesta would be greatly helped and embellished if it were helped by the Shnum line of study at the same time. The present attitude of the study of Avesta is philology and conjectural speculation of philosophy, which should be replaced by philology and Shnurn, the original key to the Zoroastrian philosophy. Prologue. It must be perfectly understood that Shnum is not a foreign line but purely and originally Zoroastrian. The word Shnum is met with even in the extant Avesta scriptures, and moreover in two of the Gathas as under, At toi ang han seashian to dakiun and amyoik shnum vohu manang hahach and ant, shiothan, and ish asha, thwaya Mazda senhaya, toi zid and t and hamaist and roe shemahaya. Spenta Manyugatha ha 48:12. They are the Sayashians or spiritual benefactors of the provinces, who O Mazda with the practice of thy teachings propagate the Kshnum by means of Ashoy and good mind. Verily they are destined to be the opponents of the Drujai Sham, the origin of all Druhas. Ach and Hoi Shantu Manang Ha'ukt and Ish Shiothan and Ish Shah. Kspnum Mezd and Ovam and Iafra Orit Yaknaska. Kabak mi vishfaspo Zarathustrish spalamo Farashayashtriska. De ongho arazush peho ynm de n and Ahura Mazda dad and t vahishta ishti gatha ha 53:2. Then K and Amp, LT, Elvish Taspa and Frashostra of Spitama Zarathustra will teach for the sake of propitiation of Mazda, the paths of righteousness which Ahura has vouchsafed as the law of the Sayashians, unto him who has faith in Kshnumu or divine relation and in Yakna or processes of attunement by means of styoda or vibration colors by virtue of his thought power, word power, and deed power. From these two Gathic passages it is seen that Yukshnum requires Ashoy and good mind, and the strict observance of the laws of Ahura Mazda. It also necessitates opposition to Ishma which is Archdruhit and the source of all Druhit. Hence a perfect life of purity can lead one to attain the Sikshnum or again beatific knowledge Without Fraorit or implicit Kshnum we faith the acquisition of is impossible. Find in the Mater Yash 9, Frabardan Yash 92, and Haddock 14 Naskai, 3, and Visparad Karde, 1 a very beautiful rule of knowledge proceeding from the heart towards the mind prologue. Slyin Mano and Amp, LT, 4 Fraorit J Roklashni Avizart Titoit Anghuat Hacha. The abundance of faith proceeding from the heart devoted *ahu or developed conscience unto the mind. This maxim teaches that the knowledge of the laws of nature in the initiative requires faith. First a devotee must have faith in the prophet and his teachings, and with his staunch faith he must practice all those teachings, and by a practical life parallel to nature he must develop his conscience, and the voice of the conscience proceeding towards the intellect, becomes the genuine light for his soul. Similarly in Gatha 32 we find the most rememberable Ryle of faith Smoda, Jish, and Ishvahishta of Inadistics * Manang Hai. Hear the best, canons, with the ears, and see or verify them with the enlightened mind. This is wrongly interpreted by the school of philology to mean rationalism of the present day. The Gathic maxim clearly states see here with the ears the best canons which implies * faith in the beginning allied with a practice of the canons heard with faith, and thereafter the devotee is advised to see with his mental eye or verify the truth of those canons with the enlightened mental powers developed as a result of the practical life of holiness. Thus faith, practice, and inspiration or knowledge is the serial order taught in the Zoroastrian religion for the attainment of Kshnum or esotericism of its own. Finally we notice that Kshnum is the line of all who or Sayashians spiritual benefactors. Those aspire to become spiritual teachers and guides of other souls must pursue the line of the acquisition of Kshnum C and Amp, LT, which was bestowed by Zoroaster on the Sayashians like Kavish Taspa and Frashayashtra of the time. It must be remembered that in this Babka very faint reference has been made to the various things propounded in the Zoroastrian Kshnum, and the abstruse and deep interpreprologue. Tashins and detailed subtleties have been dispensed with, since this book is chiefly meant for a review refuting Dr. de la S. peculiar views in his book of Zoroastrian theology. The terminologie Kshnunai of LL is not at all new to a student of Avesta, Pahlavi, Pazend and ancient Persian languages, and care has been taken to clearly define all the technical terms employed in this book. the reader will see that Zoroastrianism explained in the light of Kshnum renders the teachings thereof found in the extant Avesta into a consistent harmonious whole. All the preconceived opinions and prejudices must be given up in the search for genuine knowledge by a sincere seeker after truth, and the new many Kshnunai and amp, lt. C line being entirely will perhaps raise doubts and questions in the mind of the reader of this book as to the authenticity of the views expressed therein. It is hoped that the educated portion of the Parsi community will take up a patient inquiry after the Kshnum line of study of Zoroastrianism and will desist from reviling and attacking gratuitously their own venerable Kshnum inculcated in the Gathas. In this book the reader will find a total exclusion of argumentum ad hominem. Not a word has been said about Dr. de la S personality, and if at times the words are found to be very severe regarding his views, they are so in proportion to the wrongness of the attitude adopted and the views expressed by Dr. D. Nalla. The book is written merely as a bona fide review of Dr. de la S. Zoroastrian theology, and all the criticisms are made in good faith without any undesirable motive underlying them. In microscoping the book of Zoroastrian theology, I have not followed every chapter in the order of the writer of the book, but I have made my own division of the whole book as under, 1. The writer's division of Avesta scriptures into periods. 2. The writer's harping throughout the whole book on the same string of proselytism which really forms the burthen of his book. 3. The writer's contempt of Zoroastrian rituals. Epilogue. 4. The writer's leaning on the authority of foreign writers in the absence of Avestic evidence. 5. The writer's fondness for animal sacrifices said to have been encouraged in Zoroastrianism. A6. The writer's cynical view of the prayer effect of Vesta scriptures. 7. The writer's hodgepodge on the word *magi. 8. The writer's prophecy of there being various writers of the different Avesta scriptures. 9. The writer's ignorant ridicule of the observance of menses by women. 10. The writer's views re Zoroaster's place in the universe. 11. Miscellaneous. We shall now try to treat these main divisions one by one and show how the writer has simply consciously or unconsciously given out his most objectionable views seriously baneful to the landmarks of Zoroastrianism, in spite of his responsibility as a Parsi priest and man of some education according to the belief in which he is held. In the end I have to express my deep sense of obligation to RNY respectful Ustad Sahib Mr. Biramshah and Shraf, who has brought me from darkness into light re-original Zoroastrian teachings, and who has kindly given me permission to write this book in the line of Zoroastrian ilm Ikshnum so far as I have been able to grasp his sermons in the classes of his institute. May the Almighty Ahura Mazda grant him a long life of health and happiness in order to enable him to revive once again the immutable original canons of the most ancient and most exalted religion of Zarathustra, the Dana Ibarazishta, Mazishtaka, Vahisht and Shah, Srishtachaya Ahuirish Zarathustrish, the loftiest law, the greatest, the best, and the most excellent which belongs to Zarathustra of Ahura. Amen. 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 P S Masani. Chapter I. The writer's division of Avesta scriptures into periods. Although the writer has given, in his introduction, assurance of his independent inquiry without prepossession in favor of one belief or another, and of the impartiality of a scholar, the basic line of argument adopted by him throughout the book is not at all independent but simply a borrowed one, and throughout the book leaning on this main stone he erects all his partial and favorite views on this very foundation, which is the arbitrary division of Avesta scriptures into different periods of their birth and existence. The division of Avesta scriptures into the Gathas and the later Avesta is very objectionable and offensive, and it is merely a speculation resulting from the so-called linguistic basis. Such a division reflects sheer ignorance of the Zoroastrian lore on the part of the writer, and it is merely a repetition of the worn-out view of a few students of the Avesta, based on no internal nor external evidence, and in the absence of such evidence, held even by them only as a probability and not as a certainty. When the writer says in introduction pages XXXXI, decay soon begins in the language in which Zoroaster composed his immortal hymns, and his successors now write in the Avestan dialect, which replaces the Gathic. The earliest Zoroastrian documents are the Gathas, written in the Gathic dialect. **** The most extensive literature on Zoroastrianism is written in Avestan, and that period is called the later Avestan period. He simply discloses his utter ignorance of the vast compass of the original writings of Zoroaster himself, which consisted of 21 nasks or volumes, each nask containing the laws of the universe exhaustively in its various departments. When we study a summary, even an imperfect summary extant of the 21 nasks of extent of the original Zoroastrian scriptures, Zoroaster, we find that all these nasks cannot be covered merely by the Gathas. The summary of the 21 nasks as given in the Pahlavi Dinkard clearly shows that the extant Gathas form only a fraction of the Vastaram nask known in Pahlavi by the make-up name of Satid Yasht, hence the Gathas even less than 2t of the entire Zoroastrian scriptures. It will not be out of place to give here a portion of the summary of the 21 nasks as given in the Pahlavi Dinkard, for the entire book of Zoroastrian theology is based on the brittle, reed-like, speculative belief that only some of the Gathas belong to Zoroaster himself and that the rest of the Vesta was written by later priests. It is owing to this belief that the writer of the book excludes everything out of the fold of Zoroastrianism that he is unable to see in the Gathas, rituals, most of the yazids, state of the soul after death, and many more things which are not of course to be found in the Gathas. And this belief has played havoc in the field of research into Zoroastrian doctrines, to such an extent that the advocates of this belief have proved themselves to be destructivists. Consequently, the summary given below of the 21 nasks will enable one to make out the extent of the original Zoroastrian scriptures, to compare that extent with the very insignificant fraction at present in our possession, and to assign the exact value to the book under review written entirely on this unwarranted speculative belief. The analysis here given is taken from the introduction to the Pahlavi version of the Avesta Vendidad by Shamsululrana Dastur Darab Peshhotansanjana, B.A., the learned Dastur. Before giving the analysis says, we learn from the Sasanian tomes that the original Parsi scriptures comprise 21 nasks or sacred books. From the analysis of these 21 nasks given in the 8th book of the Pahlavi Dinkard, which is deciphered and made intelligible to 3 groups of the 21 nasks. 3 Scholar by the indefatigable labor and intelligence of Shams-ul-Kulma Dastur Dr. Peshhotanji B. Sanjana and Dry B.W. West, it is not difficult to form an adequate idea regarding the whole extent of the primitive Zoroastrian literature. Very likely the nasks were even far more extensive in their original bulk, because we do not learn from the Dinkard any data as T6-T5 exact extent of the Gathic literature in the Avesta period. It has been believed from the intrinsic condition of the surviving Gathas, that they are not preserved in their entirety, and that the 5 Gathashad greatly lost in their original extent during the calamities that have been brought upon Iran by Alexander. The entire sacred Avesta comprehended 21 books which were classified under 3 heads, 2. The Gathic lore, which treats of spiritual knowledge, duties, and good works. 70. The Datic group, which treats of the lore referring to this worldly existence, knowledge, duties, and good works. 3. The Hadamanthric learning, which relates to the matter and spirit that subsist together between the spiritual and material worlds. The 3 metrical lines of the Atha-Ahu Vario, the principal basis of the Vesta, underlie this triple division, and in conformity to the 21 parts of nasks of the sacred literature * 4 names of the 21 nasks. It will not be out of place to give here both the Avesta and Pahlavi names of all the 21 nasks, which are as under: a. Avestan names, 1 Yatha 2. Am 3. Vario 4. Atha 6. Ratush 6. Asha 7. Chit 8. Hacha 9. Vanghush 10. Dazda 11. Manangho 12. Shiothanaam 13. Anghush 14. Mazday 15. Kshathrimcha 16. Ahurai 17. A18. Yim 19. Dregubia 20. Dodad 21. Vastaram, B. Pahlavi names, 1 Sujur 2. Varshmansar 3. Bagha 4. Damdad 5. Nada 6. Pajay 7. Radudad 8. Barish 9. Kashis Rub 10. Vishtaspsast 11. Vashtag 12. Chitradad 13. Spend 14. Baghanyasht 15. Nakajam 1-6 Seed Vasruhad 17. Husparam 18. Sakadam 19. Javichitadad, Vendidad, 20. Hadak 21. Safkut Yasht Sathud Yasht, Sujur, Varsht Mansar. 5. The above Daster then writes further in his introduction as under, and quote, the 7 nasks viz, Sfat Yclsht, Sujur, Varsht Mansar, Bagha, Vashtag, Hado Uht and Spend, fall under the Gathic lore, under the Hadamanthric group come, Damdad, Nada, Pajay, Radudad Hate, Barish, Kashis Rub Qrd Vishtaspsastk, and under the 7 Dadic group are mentioned Nakajam, Dipkalspajakal, Huspsaram, Saftadatal, Javalchitadad, Chitradad, and Baghanyasht. End quote. Summary of THS 21 Nasks 1. The Nask which corresponds to the 21st word Vastaram in the Yatha Ahuvario is the Sat Yasht, the Pahlavi of the Avesta Stauda Yagna. This Nask contained 33 chapters, of which the Gathas formed the most essential part. The Stat or Sathud Yasht comprises more than half of the Avesta text of the Yagna. It begins with Yagna HA 14 and ends with HA 58. It excludes Yagna has 19, 20, 21, 52, 56, 57, and reckons the Yagna Haftain Haiti as one single chapter. The whole is interspersed with passages from the Visparad Karta, 5 to 24. Know already the contents of this Nask from the Avesta text of the Yagna now extant. 2. The Sujur has 22 fargards containing commentaries upon the Gathas, of which a remarkable synopsis is preserved in Pahlavi thus, according to Sujur Nask, the Ya'ya Ahuvario is the foundation of the din or revelation, and the formation or composition of the Nasks, is derived from it. The recitation of this Ahunavar formula gives power and success to the reciter, and C. 3. The Varsht Mansar Nask contains 22 fargards with an introductory chapter on the incidents of the Prophet's birth and on his being appointed the Prophet by Ahura Mazda. Then follows a summary about the reverence of the sacred fires, the sacred waters, and the departed kinsmen. The 22 chapters were devoted to the commentary on the 22 chapters of the 5 Gathas, and included explanations of the Yatha Ahuvario, Ashem Vohu, and Yenhi Hatam prayers, 6 Bagha, Vashtag, Hadakt, Spend. 4. The Bagha also had 22 sections of which the first 3 included has 19, 20, 21 of the Yagna. To this was added in the rest of the chapters a metaphysical interpretation of all the 5 Gathas. 5. The analysis of the Dinkard says nothing regarding the Vashtag Nask, which indicates that the writer had neither its Avesta nor its Pahlavi version, accessible to him. 6. The Hadakt was the 20th of the Nasks, and the 6th in the Gathic group. Its name occurs in the Avesta Yagna 59 in the form Hadaakta. According to the Dinkard it contained 3 fargards, and is represented by a chapter on the efficacy of the Ashem Vohu, the extant Hadak Nask Yasht Fragment 21, on the fate of the soul after death, the extant Hadak Nask Yasht Fragment 22, the Srash Yasht Hadakt, Yasht Li, and the Pshushomanthra, Yaknaha 58. It treated of the nature of the spiritual benefit derived from the recitation of the Ahunavar, of the Zoroastrian duties in the 5 Gas or periods of the day and night, and the duties regarding the Gahambar festivals, and of the necessary recitations at the 5 Gas, and the invocation of the several angels in each of them. 7. The Spend was the 13th of the Nasks, and correspond to the word Anghush in the Ahunavar. This Nask was devoted to the biography of Zoroaster, and spoke of the earthly composition of the material body with the Fravahar and the soul of the Prophet, of the nature of his spiritual birth in heaven, and his material birth on earth, of his conference with the deity, at 30 years of age, and the occurrences of 7 such conferences in 10 years. It described the many miracles and marvels attributed to the prophet, which are collected in the 7th book of the Dinkard. The Sme Nask gave the history of the Kevlashan, alluded to the conferring of the divine wisdom upon Zarathustra, his vision of the infernal region, the propagation of Zoroaster's knowledge of the divine revelation to the world, and his attraction of mankind to it. It further described the Damdad, Nada, Pajay, Ratudadhate. 7 important events of the future ages until the resurrection, viz., the advent at different times of the future prophets, Hashadar, Hashadarma, and Sashios. Unfortunately, no continuous Avesta text of the Spend Nask has as yet been discovered. The Gathic group finishes here, and the Hadamanthric begins. 8. The Damdad was the first of the Hadamanthric division, and the fourth of the Nasks corresponding to the word Atha in the Ahunavar. The brief substance of it in the Dinkard shows that it was a special book on the Avesta Genesis, or the history of the original Mazdayan creation, upon which the contents of the Pahlavi Bundahesh was principally based. The author of the Pahlavi Tsadsparam names the Damdad Nask as the chief authority for the religious statements of the Bundahesh. 9. The Nada existed in the Avesta text under the Sasanian period, and was available to the writer of the Dinkard. It treated of astronomy and astrology. As its interpretation had not reached him, the author, according to the Dinkard, did not attempt to give its contents. 10. The Pajay was the third in the Hadamanthric division. The existing Avesta texts of the 5 Gas and the Sarasa belong to it. It treated of the relation between the respective Avesta prayers, and the different periods of the day and year, of the preparatiyans and ceremonial of the Gahambar festivals, of the consecration of the body clothing in honor of the dead, the 10 Fravartigan days which form the end of the winter or year, the duty of priests in interceding for the poor for the sake of teaching them proper morals and religious actions, the great meritoriousness of participating in public observances and the grievous sinfulness of disliking to attend them, the religious names of the 12 months, and the 30 days of every month, aud the reason of the name of each of them. 11. The Ratudadhate contained details regarding all the qualifications and worthiness of a sacerdotal leader for government, the demonstration of the assembly of the Amishaspends, the 8 Mash, Kashasrp, Vishtasp Sastfi. Ceremony and sacred instruments used in the ritual of the sacred beings, the business of the Zodi and the Raspi, and the greatness of the help vouchsafed unto man by Ahura Mazda for good works. 12. The Sarash Nask contains solutions regarding many ethical questions, such as the ill-advisedness or evil of falsehood, avarice, and ignorance about religion, the blessing or curse of a good or evil conscience. It likewise treated of the Avesta ideas regarding the human nature and desire, faith, and destiny and evil habits, diligence, modesty, education, impiety, lust, wrath, friendship, enmity, opulence, destitution, happiness and misery of this world, the understanding and the mind, the body, the soul, heaven, hell, and future existence. No fragment of the Barish is transmit to us. 13. The Kashasrup taught the right method of the preparatiyans and precautions indispensable in the performance of the ritual for the sacred beings, which would result in the victory of the good, while it denounced the ignorance or superstition, and carelessness that would lead to the development of evil habits in this world. This Nask commended the sublime Gathic prayers which were taught by the deity unto the prophet, and are named the Sast or divine teaching. 14. The Vishtaspsast corresponded to the 10th word Dazda in the Ahunavar, and was the last Nask in the Hadamanthric group. The name of this Nask signifies the divine instruction or teaching unto Vishtasp. It contains 60 fargards, of which only 8 were recovered after the time of Alexander, and are preserved in the Avesta texts of the Vishtaspyasht and the Afran-I Zarathustra, Yashts 23 and 24, which are now existing. This Nask described the temper, character, demeanor, wisdom, 3 learning and legal knowledge, worthy of a good sovereign, the principles of a good government, and the confirmation of the divine will through a religious sovereign. It further referred to the visible coming of the archangels to the king's metropolis, their imparting of God's message unto Vishtasp, the acceptance of the Mazdayasnian revelation by the obedient King Vishtasp. Nakajam, Dvasruhud, Husparam, Sakadam. The Datic group contained 15. The Nakajam Nask, which was the first of the Datic division, comprehended a legal code. This Nask is of high interest, but is not represented by any section of the existing Avesta texts. 16. The Dvasruhud Nask was named probably from its beginning words, and corresponded to the 16th word Mai. It was composed of 18 fargards which treated of such subjects as different kinds of theft and fixed period for the teaching of children by a guardian, the period at which the sin of a minor begins, the sin of injuring cattle, the sin of damaging the sacred fire, the religious rites to be performed before a battle, and 17. The Husparam Nask comprised 64 sections, which included the existing texts of the Arpadistan and the Naranjistan. It treated of such subjects as the seminaries and assemblies of learned priests, the institutions for religious preaching, teaching, and instruction in different Zoroastrian countries, the appointment of priests and high priests for that purpose, the reverence of the disciples towards the high priest, the advice of the head priest to other priests, the 5 excellent qualifications of a priest, the ritual of the sacred beings, its exceeding meritoriousness owing to an ample number of baspis in that ceremonial, the Dharans and their consecration ceremonials, the sins of one who does not take part in the celebration of the 6 Gahambars, the pure material of which Sudra and Kusta should be made, the mode of gathering and tying the bersma, the necessity of the cleanliness of the body and clothing of the celebrant of the ceremony, the freedom of his mind from sin, the virtuous living of a Zoroastrian for the purpose of furthering the prosperity of mankind, the sickness owing to the look of an evil eye or the vicinity of a menstruous woman, the spiritual debt to the Amishaspendah Shavishta for the healing of the sick, and c. 18. The Sakadam Nask corresponded to the 18th word Yam in the Yatha Variyo, and is regarded as personal and family law. It chiefly refers to future reward and punishment, the duty Tenjavat Chitradad, Baghanyasht. Of tying the kusta, the sin of feasting with idolaters, the religious habits of the Prophet's disciples, Frashayastra and Jamaspa, and c. and Amp, Lt, FCC, 19. The Javachitadad, Vendidad. Literally the name implies the anti-demoniac law. This Nask contains expositions about the creation by Ahura Mazda of pleasure of mankind of 16 best centers, the displaying of the Kalijun by Ahura Mazda to Jamshed, the joy of the good spirit of the earth from sowing and cultivation, the sin of false oath, contamination of fire and water, contamination caused by a dead man, the Drujane Sush or the unseen collection of microbes on a dead body, the rites of purification, the success of the Athahu Vario prayer in overcoming evil and in restoring health, the combat of Ahriman with Zarathustra, and the triumph of Zarathustra in it, the going forth of Bohuman towards the souls of the pious, his showing them their place in heaven, the fear of the demons from the fragrance of the righteous, and the fear that arose in them from the birth of Zarathustra, and c. 20. The Chitradad Nask contained a history of the creation and progress of mankind in this world till the advent of Zoroaster and the success of the revelation, the formation of Gaomard by Ahura Mazda, and c. 21. The Baghanyash stands last of all in the Datic group. It is represented by the yashts or glorifying prayers in honor of the good spirits and comprises more than half of the Corday Avesta. This Nask contained the worship of Ahura Mazda, of the Amishaspends and the Yazids presiding over visible and invisible creations from whom the names of the days are derived, their glory, power, and marvelous triumph, the worthiness and the dispensation by them of favors for the worship purse, and the duty of many recitations by Zoroastrians in their Nask honor. This from are derived 16 of our yashts, to which may be added the Hornyasht and the Srashyashrabarmasteders.b. Eval 4, XXXV. Inferences from the summary of 21 Nasks. 11. The summary of the 21 Nasks or volumes of Zoroastrian scriptures thus gives us some idea of the extent of the original scriptures composed by Zoroaster himself in the Avesta. This summary is reproduced here in this review for its twofold importance. First, the summary enables any man of ordinary intelligence to know for certain that, the Vendidad so much run down by the writer of the Zoroastrian theology on page 70, and quote, the whole of the Vendidad, it is claimed, savors of their, the Magi's, work spirit, nay, it is work as their end quote, produced by Ithravans or Magi or any priestly class, is really speaking the original whole Nask, number 19. Jabachidadad, composed by Zoroaster himself, 2. TJB Yashts also denounced by the author as end quote, the productions of the Ithravans end quote, have their origin in the Nask, number 14, Baghan Yasht written by Zoroaster himself, 3, the Na and the Visparad, and specially the Haftain Haiti, all of which are regarded as post-Gathic and as post-Zoroastrian, ite. End quote, later Avesta texts end quote, by the author of the book under review are taken from the most important and fundamental Nask, number 21, Stat Yasht, which contains besides all these Na, Visparad etc., the Gathas, and the Gathas are thus related to the Na and the Visparad and the Haftain Haiti as stock of the same parent Nask Stat Yasht. In fact, the summary of the 21 Nasks proves without any doubt that the purely Avesta texts which are now extant are simply remnants of more than one Nask given by Zoroaster himself, and that the whole Avesta literature in our possession bulk for bulk bears a ratio to the original Zoroastrian lore as 1 to 21. From this it is very easy to infer that the entire book of Zoroastrian theology is thrown out only as a fume of the writer's own imagination, perhaps in spite of his inner convictions to the contrary, and the very foundation of the book, that of branding all Avesta except the Gathas as post-Zoroastrian, is built only to erect a superstructure of his so-called end quote, progressive and e-form ideas end quote. Secondly, the importance of a reproduction of the summary of 21 Nasks delineated above lies in that life and spirit factor of Zoroastrianism, viz. Zoroastrian ceremonials and formulae. The writer of Zoroastrian theology excludes 12 teaching of rituals by Zoroaster from his book, practically a chapter on Zoroastrian rituals, or takes a cynical view of the same here and there. The exclusion may have been perhaps suggested by the title for an amp, lt, end quote, theology, which the writer has never defined in this book, nor has he given anywhere we in the book his connotation of the word theology. Shall allude to this part of the review, viz. End quote, Zoroastrian rituals, in its proper place in this book, but from the summary of the Nasks it is clearly seen that the rituals are taught by Zoroaster himself in more than one Nask, viz., in the Pajay, number 10, Radudad Hate, number 11, Dvasruhad, number 16, Husparam, number 17, and Jabachidadad, number 19, the Husparam being the special ceremonial code of Zoroaster. When on page 17 of the book the writer says, Hauma end quote, is not definitely mentioned by name in the Gathas asterisk, there end quote, is no reference to the sacred shirt and girdle, the visible symbols of every Zoroastrian's orthodox belief end quote, and when throughout the book he tries to instill into the mind of the reader his empirical view that the Gathas only are the genuine work of Zoroaster himself, and that end quote, Zoroaster's successors now write in the Avesta dialect which replaces the Gathic, end quote, it is naturally inferred from these two premises that Zoroaster never taught rituals and that Zoroaster never gave the mandate of Sudra and Kusti initiation. We have already noticed the mention of Sudra and Kusti in the Husparam Nask, but since the writer of Zoroastrian theology dreams that the Gathas only and nothing but the Gathas are written by Zoroaster himself, the reader of the book has, in spite of proved facts to the contrary, to draw such silly and nonsensical conclusions as the book is capable of conveying. Such a deplorable degree of the writer's ignorance or willful perversion of facts, or whatever it may be called, it is at once seen that the book proves itself to be a dross and canker in the Zoroastrian scripture literature. In connection with this head it is quite desirable to quote Prof. Darmstetter Froet. B. E. Series Volume Dab Mesteder on the Origin of all Avesta. 13. That the end quote, extent of the sacred literature of Mazdayism was formerly much greater than it is now, appears not only from internal evidence, that is from the fragmentary character of the book, but is also proved from historical evidence. We are no longer in the dark as to the character and the contents of that large literature of which our Avesta is a remnant. That literature is known to us, in its general outlines, through a Pahlavi analysis. West's translation of that synopsis is the greatest service rendered in the last 20 years in the field of Avesta scholarship, and has for the first time rendered a history of Avesta literature possible. We possess the Statyashtavi, Stauda Yakna, in its entirety. It is the core of the aggregate known as the Na, and the most holy part of the Avesta. It contains 33 chapters, of which 22 are metrical and written in an archaic style, these being the Gathas, properly so called, and the three chief prayers, Ahanavarya, Ashemvohu, and Yenhi Hatam. 11 chapters are written in prose and in the common dialect. The history of the formation of Avesta may be summed up thus: the 21 nasks were formed by Ahura Mazda himself out of the 21 words of the Ahanavarya. They were brought by Zoroaster to King Vistasp. 2 copies of the complete scriptures were written by order of the king, one was deposited in the treasury at Shapogan, the other in the record office. Such is the standard opinion on the subject of the first-rate importance, and it is such a moot point that many students of the West, when trying to speculate upon this question, have groped in the dark, and have made neither head nor tail of it. But the difference between the Western students on the one side and the 14 split between Gathas and later Avesta writer of Zoroastrian theology on the other is this: that whereas the former put clearly before the public both the fact of there being 21 nasks of Zoroaster and their own speculation, the latter simply try to mislead the public by empirically dividing all the scriptures into periods, and stamping dogmatically all the scriptures as post-Zoroastrian except the Gathas. It is this empirical attitude adopted by the writer that invites animadversions on such a book. Instead of first proving with evidence the division of scriptures into Gathic or Zoroastrian, and later Avestan or post-Zoroastrian, and then basing his arguments on the proved facts, the writer of the book from the very beginning commits the logical fallacy of begging the question, and advances his favorite views of advocating the so-called reform, taking a suitable line of argument as data or hypotheses. This division, according to the writer of Zoroastrian theology, is based on the distinction between poetry and prose, because it is generally believed that poetry precedes prose in the progress of human speech. But even this argument cannot hold good, for we have seen in the words of Darmstetter that the most important nask, the Statyasht, which included the Gathas, also contained 33 chapters, of which 21 were metrical and 11 prosaic. If therefore poetry and prose occur simultaneously in one and the same nask containing the Gathas, how can it be logically said that the Gathas were previous in age to the prosaic part of all the Avesta scriptures? In fact, this demarcation made by the philological school without understanding the extent and spirit of the entire original Zoroastrian scriptures, the split between the Gathas and the later Avesta, is advanced only as an argument quite adapted to their various ulterior objects of promulgating views and doctrines of their own devising, and suitable to their own modern social and economic environments. Hence it is that the learned Dastur Darab Pisanjana emphatically says regarding the entire original scriptures of Zoroaster in the following words on page XXX: Introduction to the Pahlavi Vendidad, prophetic authority of all Avesta. 16 Such is the history of Zoroastrian scriptures, which is found in the earliest authority extant. It upholds the Zoroastrian belief that the 21 sacred Buhs ascribed to Zoroaster, had Loin P7 Oduist in the reign of King Vistasp, and invested with a pious and prophetic authority. At the same time it sets aside the idea of philologists that the language of the Avesta represents such changes as may have been brought about within the space of 1 or 2 centuries / the deviations in the Gatha dialect from the ordinary prose Avesta, as regards grammatical forms, might be considered as dialectical peculiarities / from the Zoroastrian point of view, i.e. different sacred books were written in the same age, in metrical or prosaic dialect, in the philosophical, religious or ordinary style, according to the different requirements or intellectual powers of the higher or lower sections of the people in the various spheres of their vocation. The changes in the grammatical inflections distinguished the sublime poetry from the easy explanatory prose for the general use of the people. One simply wonders how the writer of Zoroastrian theology could have so arbitrarily started to write his book, dividing the Zoroastrian scriptures into imaginary periods of their birth in spite of so much intrinsic evidence as to the 21 nasks forming the entire Zoroastrian pristine scriptures. When in the introduction the writer of the book under review says that his work attempts to give a general knowledge of the gradual process of ment of Zoroastrian theology from its early simplicity-plexity which it exhibits at present / the develop, to the calm he puts himself in ignorance of the term the entire 21 nasks, deplorable condition, revealing his utter theology in the first instance, and of a knowledge of which will not have 16 motive of excluding Avesta scriptures, caused him to use the distinction early simplicity and present complexity which he has not at all demonstrated throughout the book. A student of the Avesta who has closely studied the Gathas in their metaphysical interpretation along with the other Avesta is able to see parallelisms giving a clear idea of all these detachments being possible out of a consistent whole of 21 nasks. Looking to the present very meager state of extant Avesta fragments, we can say emphatically that no one is entitled to give his opinion as to the authentic nature or otherwise of Zoroaster's writings. The indisputable fact stands out that the entire original scriptures of Zoroaster did not form one exhaustive nask on all subjects, but comprised 21 nasks as widely different in style as in the subjects they dealt with. As we shall see later on, the writer of Zoroastrian theology has divided extant Zoroastrian scriptures into periods, so that he may be able to exclude every Avesta writing, except the Gathas, as being post-Zoroastrian, and thus he may regard all the ritualistic and other tenets of purity inculcated in the other Avesta as post-Zoroastrian, and thereby he may be able to preach the simple religion of the Gathas as he terms it, having no complexity of so many observances, so many rituals, so many angels and so many demons, heaven, hell, purgatory etc., which are not explicitly alluded to in the Gathas but propounded in the other Avesta writings. We shall later on find that the writer of Zoroastrian theology, it seems so from the book, belongs to the so-called Protestant school of Avesta students, that he simply denounces all Avesta writings, except some portion of the Gathas, as a production of the ignorant Athrivans or priests, and that he simply wants to force home into the minds of the Parsi public the cardinal doctrine of these Protestanti, viz., that of proselytism. Almost every chapter of the book savors of this idol of the mind of the writer, and it will be treated under its proper head in the next chapter. By excluding the rest of the Avesta, the writer of Zoroastrian theology wants us logically to exclude all Pahlavi as a key to the Avesta 17 XXXI writings as un-Zoroastrian. Thus, when he says on page of introduction, some of the most important of the Pahlavi works are either versions of some Avestan works now lost to us or draw their thought from the Avestan sources. Thus the Pahlavi Bundashan is the epitome of the Avestan Damdad Nask, subsequently lost. Here the writer wants us to conclude that if the Avestan writings do not belong to Zoroaster as he has known it for certain without any evidence, the Pahlavi writings must be thrown to the dogs because the Pahlavi has Avesta as its source, and according to this logical inference such important books like the Pahlavi Bundashan must be supposed to contain all nonsensical and unintelligible absurd matter collected by the ignorant priests of post-Zoroastrian times. On the contrary, in fact, the sincere student of Avesta and Pahlavi looks to the Pahlavi writings with respect, for he finds Pahlavi to be a key to the exposition and understanding of the Avesta now extant, and to be the source of information of other additional Zoroastrian principles taught in the Avesta Nasks now lost to us. If the writer of the book means to convey that only the Gathas were written by Zoroaster himself, it follows that the other Avesta and therefore also the Pahlavi writings cannot be logically included under when Zoroastrian literature. We read pages 194 to 197, we are at a loss to make out what the writer wants to convey. In fact, there occur so many self-contradictions and inconsistencies in the different pages of the book, that a separate collection of all these has been considered necessary and will be dealt with later on so as to enable the public to attach proper value to a book of inconsistent ideas intended only to detract and derange the mind of the religious reader from his beliefs, if he has not studied the Avesta language and literature originally himself, by simply grouping together seemingly inconsistent vague notions about the state of Zoroastrian scriptures. It is this dangerous attitude of the writer that requires to be well taken notice of by the Parsi public. If as a Parsi priest he adopts such a cynical and ridiculous attitude in order to perplex and confound an ordinary Latin writer's inconsistencies refalevi. Reader, as to the genuineness of Zoroastrian Avesta scriptures, the book well deserves to be stamped as a production of rank heresy. Of the many inconsistent contradictions we may give an instance here with reference to this first head of the review. On p. XXXII of introduction he says // the reader wants to know all that the Zoroastrian literature has to say about Ormuzd, he will get it as a whole, not from any one, period, but from all. Here the word period is very objectionable. Then on p. 194 under the heading, the Pahlavi literature has its roots in the Avestan soil, he says, the Pahlavi works allege that the Avestan Nasks had perished. *******RPKG extant Pahlavi works contain quotations from Avestan works that have not come down to us. ***Nay, some of the Pahlavi works seem to be wholly or in part reproductions of some of the Avestan Nasks, and most scholars agree with West that the Pahlavi Bundashan is an epitome of the Avestan Damdad Nask that has since disappeared. ******** The internal evidence of some of the most important Pahlavi works shows us that they preserve much of the material derived from Avestan sources, which still existed in their days, but have been subsequently lost, and thus make up for the loss of the original Avestan books to a considerable extent. Then under the heading, the Pahlavi literature is the completion of the Avestan texts, the writer says on the same page 194, the Pahlavi works explain, elaborate, and describe in detail much of what is stated in brief in the original Avestan texts. This is the inestimable value of the Pahlavi literature. If all these words of the author are clearly understood by the reader, he will be quite surprised to find on the very next page 195 a self-contradictory statement to these words, as under, we ** have described the change from the Gathas to the Avestan texts as a retrograde step, the Pahlavi texts are still farther removed from the Gathas. The Gathic ideal lingers and continues to be admired, but it has ceased to influence. It evokes praise from the Pahlavi writers, but fails to inspire them with its abstract tone. Zoroaster is a historical per merely a portion of Gathas Zoroastrian. 19 Sonaj ia the Gathas. In the later Avesta he is surrounded by an aureole, and becomes superhuman, but in the Pahlavi works his personality is enshrouded by miracles, and he is transformed into a myth. The fascination for marvels in religion is an unmistakable sign of the times. ********** 1500 years separated Zoroaster from the Sasanian period, and a thick veil began to hide the pristine truth of his great religion from his followers. These words of the author simply tend to point out his ignorance of the Pahlavi literature. The writer of Zoroastrian theology may have studied Avesta philology in America, but it is much to be doubted from what he has written in the book about Pahlavi whether he has studied Pahlavi originally himself. The writers of the Pahlavi had much more knowledge of Zoroastrian scriptures than what the so-called modern P and RSI students of Avesta grammar presume to have. Again, while depreciating the Pahlavi texts as still farther removed from the Gathas, the writer employs the same empirical criterion of periods. These are the syllogistic premises in a series put by the author 1. On page 335, while doubting even the composition of the Gathas, he says the Gathas were shown to be the oldest in time of composition, and the authorship of a considerable portion, if not all, of these hymns was ascribed to Zoroaster himself. He too, on p. 76, puts the heading from the Gathas to the later Avesta, a retrograde step, without proving anything under it. On Hiwi 3. P 195. Repeats the same idea have described the change from the Gathic to the Avestan texts as an retrograde step then adds the Pahlavi texts are still farther removed from the Gathas. From this it can be very easily inferred that if anybody wants to know the pristine truth taught by Zoroaster himself, he must consult only a considerable portion of the 20 heresy of reducing Zoroastrian Avesta texts to zero. Gatha 7, and he must treat the the Visparad, the Vendidad, the Yashts, and the other Avesta prayers as things given not by Zoroaster himself but by the ignorant priests of later times, and still more since the Pahlavi is only a reproduction of this counterfeit. Avesta, the Pahlavi must be logically treated as trash. If a book called Zoroastrian Theology, written by a Parsi priest who calls himself an educated man versed in Avesta and Pahlavi, leaves the reader to draw such poisonous and obnoxious inferences so as to reduce the extant Zoroastrian Avesta texts to mere zero or at the most to some portion of the Gathas only, it will not be wrong to say that the genuine Zoroastrian religion now no longer exists, and that therefore the modern Parsis had better adopt any other existing form of religion. Will it not be advisable and proper to say of such a book that it is only a medley of nonsensical views, meant to flatter one such section of the community? It is very deplorable that even in religious matters time-serving has become the order of the day, when attempts are made to express views only to suit the whims of a small section of the community that is in pursuit of Anglo-Parsism in place of Avestic Zoroastrianism. In the words of the writer himself, as on p. 209, cannot the book of Zoroastrian theology be classed amongst compositions preaching downright heresy? On that page the writer gives the definition of a heretic in the words of the Dinkard writer that whosoever teaches, speaks, or acts, respecting the beliefs and practices of the national faith differently from that which the ancients have done is a heretic. Heretics are of three kinds, the deceiver, the deceived, and the opinionated. All of these misrepresent the teachings of the elders, and pervert the sacred writings. It is a matter of deep regret that a Parsi priest who is born in the Zoroastrian religion, who professes that same religion, who presumes to be a leader ecclesiastical of that religion, writes a book on Zoroastrian theology which makes the reader reduce all the Avesta writings to zero in its intrinsic valid i.e.pf heretical view all Avesta post-Zoroastrian. 21 being Zoroastrian. To say that only a considerable portion of the Gathas belongs to Zoroaster, and even to quote such an opinion without refuting it, to say that all the Avesta writings are productions of priests of post-Zoroastrian times, in the presence of so many evidences of there being 21 nasks written by Zoroaster himself, comprising the entire Zoroastrian Dana or the law of the universe in all its exhaustive departments, is to say the least, downright heresy, and the entire book based on such a heretical view cannot be rightly called CC Zoroastrian. In fact the book is meant to denounce all Avesta writings so that the writer may be enabled to preach a Neo-Zoroastrian theology invented by his own imagination, and hence it is that he draws such conclusions as the one on p. 71, viz., the Arstan texts are the productions of the Athrivans, the 7 legitimate guardians of the Zoroastrian canon, and another on p. 70, the whole of the Vendidad savors of their, the Magi's, spirit, it is their work. And the writer of the book proves further that the Vendidad is not the work of the Magi but of the Atunravans or priests. All this nonsense about the Magi and Athrivans on p. 70 will be treated later on under its proper head, but here the point to be noticed is the favorite mission of the author, viz., all Avesta is post-Zoroastrian work of Athrivans or Magi or any body of persons but not of Zoroaster himself. Very queer inference drawn from some unknown logic of empirical dogmatism. In the absence of an entire Zoroastrian lore, it is very ridiculous and illogical on the part of a writer on Zoroastrian theology to be a cutter thereof into periods without adducing any argument to support his view. There are two chief grounds, it seems, on which the author bases his argument of periods. These are the linguistic basis and the subject matter. In the first, i.e. in the linguistic basis, the gathas having jong accents and syllables and their composition being metrical, the writer of 22 argument based on a verse and prose / Zoroastrian theology is prone to believe therefore that the gathas must be older in origin than the other Avesta. In the first place the question may be put to the writer, cannot the teachings of the same writer be put both in prose and poetry? We have seen in the words of Darmstädter that the same Naskstatyacht contain 22 chapters of the gathas in meter, and 11 chapters of the other Avesta in prose. On what authority does the writer of Zoroastrian theology make us believe that Zoroastrian scriptures could have been originally given by Zoroaster only in poetry and not in prose? Was Zoroaster incapable of inculcating the laws of the universe in prose, or did he as a prophet think it below his dignity to preach his religion except in verse? Will the writer explain the reason of there being dice-rent meters, different lengths of lines, dice-rent number pairs of lines in each stanza in each of the 5 gathas? Can we not in the same way insist on saying that Zoroaster himself should have taught all the gathas only in 1 meter, that of Ahunavedi, and that because all the gathas differ from one another in this respect, all of them must not have been given by the same person? And as if this were not enough, the writer does go further and say that not all the gathas but only a considerable portion thereof has been composed by Zoroaster himself. What a height of the writer's speculative phantom of the imagination, when on p. 335 he puts in, an amp, lt. See the gathas were shown to be the oldest in time of composition, and the authorship of a considerable portion, if not all, of these hymns was ascribed to Zoroaster himself. The writer of the book does accede by these words to the view that not only was the so-called later Avesta not propounded originally by Zoroaster himself, but that all the gathas also were not taught by Zoroaster himself. Such an ungrounded skeptical view is styled by the writer of the book as textual criticism bringing startling revelations for the Parsis, a remark too sarcastic in a work of Zoroastrian theology to be passed over without a downright denouncement thereof. Disregard FOB ceremonial observances. 23. One cannot understand the object aimed at by a book such as the one under review. In order to uphold all upstart ideas and to preach new-fledged pet theories twisting the teachings of Zoroaster, the writer sarcastically ridicules every genuine Zoroastrian belief and teaching. On what grounds does the writer on p. 336 say that the Arsis had been accustomed to attribute indiscriminately all Avestan compositions to Zoroaster himself, and who never approach their own sacred books with a historical perspective? Here the epithet indiscriminately is certainly used very indiscriminately by the writer. Does the writer definitely understand what perspective implies in drawing and engineering? Has he ever seen the perspective apparatus, and has he ever observed any given object under the perspective? Had he gone with the help of the historical perspective, had he been able to see clearly the date and time of Zoroaster himself, had he studied the Avesta really in the perspective instead of in the perspective way of bringing imaginative speculations, had he deigned to pay respect to the fact of there being 21 Nasks as the source of all Zoroastrian teachings, he would have paused a little before eterigiag the beliefs of the Zoroastrian fold. On the same p. 336 he says that an exuberant outgrowth of dogmatic theology and ceremonial observances, the new school asserted, had supplanted the buoyant simplicity of the Gathic teachings, and simply represented a decline from the pure teachings of Zoroaster and that the later Avestan texts were declared to render nugatory the pristine purity. From this it is seen very clearly that the writer of Zoroastrian theology has not at all studied all the Avestan writings including the so-called later Avesta, for, if he had studied them in comparison with the Gathas, he would have seen so many 24 difficulty of understanding the Avesta. Parallelisms both in the ideas and the essential spirit of the two. We are at a loss to understand the meaning of dogmatic theo Logi as understood by the writer, and there is no dogmatic idea we expressed in any Avesta texts so far as our study goes. Do not understand why the writer has a disgust for ceremonial observances. In fact, the Zoroastrian religion is entirely characterized by rituals and ceremonials which are taught in more than one nask, and the much derided later Avesta and even the Gathas are composed mainly for producing great ceremonial effects by a recital thereof, in addition to their utility as texts we propounding the laws of nature. Shall touch this subject in details in its proper head, but the writer, it is evident, has never thought of his responsibility /vihile jotting down such crude and vague notions lurking in his mind of a downright reform. It is simply presumption on the part of the writer to put in unreasonable unwarranted speculations in respect of an ancient much revered scripture like the Avesta, which is so very difficult of an intelligible exposition. The translations both of the Gathas and of the so-called later Avesta as at present rendered are so imperfect and wanting in accuracy and precision that it is very dangerous for any man to come forward with arguments for drastic changes in many departments of the system of Zoroastrian religion. There are so many technical terms in the Avesta, the same word having different significations and technical meanings in different places according to the context, that no student of the Avesta can boldly assert his own view on any subject to be a correct one. In the presence of such difficulties in the way of studying the Zoroastrian scriptures, it is simply bragging on the part of the writer to say on p. 335 that the religion of the younger Avesta had departed in certain respects from the religion of the Gathas, and the subsequent compositions showed signs of degeneration both in substance and style. The writer without any grounds distinguishes the religion of the younger Avesta from the religion of the Gathas, and thus by mere dogmatic assertions of his tries to bring home to the mind of the reader his own newly hatched theories and ideas. Omission of Gath1c and Avestic parallelisms. 25 In fact, the groundwork and plan of the book is this. The writer wants in the first place to preach proselytism in Zoroastrianism, and along with that to preach a Zoroastrian religion which is quite convenient and suitable to the worldly ways of living life, a religion without prayers, without beliefs, without angels, without archangels, without heaven, and without hell, lastly without conscience. In order to carry out this plan, the foundation work is introduced in the form of a split between the Gathas and the other Avesta, and the whole book is based on this queer basis, and all varied and fantastic views of the writer are raised on this tottering foundation and without a plumb line. There is no logical sequence and consistent flow of ideas and arguments throughout this work. In spite of far-fetched arguments and vain efforts to show a separation between the Gathas and the so-called younger Avesta by such headings as on p. 76, prom the Gathas to the later Avesta a retrograde step in spite of the writer's efforts to show to the best a remoteness of the Avesta from the Gathas by a willful omission of the Gathic references which are exactly parallel or synonymous with the ideas he quotes from the so-called later Avesta, the writer is at a loss to make his shrewd reader believe what he wants to convey. Clever reader, while comparing what he reads in the foregoing pages with what he reads in the later pages, can at once make out all the fallacies and foibles of the writer, especially from the incongruous weaving and inconsistent arrangement of his arguments having no head nor tail thereof. For example, an attempt is made on p. 49 to show a split between the Gathas and the so-called later Avesta, whereas if that page is read carefully one can easily see the close relationship of the Gathas with the other Avesta. On that page under the heading The Infernal Crew 3, the writer's main contention is this: that in the Gathas all the demons and all the good spirits are not numerically counted as in the later Avesta, nor are the names of all the demons and all the good spirits mentioned in the Gathas as they are in the other Avesta. He refers to the Gathas and says that 26 Gathic and Avestic angels and demons, the devas or demons, are the offspring of the evil mind and spread their mischief over all the 7 zones. When the 2 primal spirits of good and evil came together at the beginning of creation, the demons chose evil and rushed with one accord to bring destruction to mankind. Although in the Gathas the demons are generically mentioned under the 4 generic names of aka mana or bad mind, druj or deviation from the righteous path, ishrana or the improper lustful desire, and teromati or wrong-mindedness, in opposition to the four generic names of the good spirits, Vohumana, or good mind, Asha or righteous path, Srasha or proper desire in obedience to the voice of nature, and Armati, or right-mindedness. The writer cannot tolerate the appearance of these same rival forces named specifically in the later Avesta and defined in further details with their functions in nature. The writer's strange argument runs thus: in opposition to every archangel and angel, the younger literature we sets up a corresponding fiend. Do not find the symmetry of diametric opposites between these rival forces carried out to completion in the extant Gathic literature, and from this what does the writer want one to conclude? Why? The same thing on which he bases the whole book under review, viz., that the Gathas are far removed from the later Avesta because the latter contains many more things and very often quite unintelligible to the philological student. No syllogistic rule of logic nor any common sense can allow such a conclusion from such premises. Cannot the later Avesta be regarded as a prose commentary or exposition of the poetic Gathas? Cannot the younger Avesta be studied as supplementary to the Gathas both devised and originated by the same great prophet? Cannot the younger literature be marked out as collections made from various nasks out of 21 relating to the various branches of divine knowledge given by Zoroaster, and the Gathas as the contents of one special nask which is the fundament of all other nasks? These are questions which could have Avestic ideas in embryo in the Gathas. 27 suggested themselves to the writer himself only if he had written the book with the idea of equality, justice, and frankness of purpose without prejudice or any ulterior end in view. That the writer has been very inconsistent throughout the book in his expression of ideas can be seen on p. 59 in connection with this subject. On that page under the heading between heaven and hell the writer cannot but admit the concordance or rather parallelism between the Gathas and the later Avesta with respect to a very important subject. He says there, the Avestan and Pahlavi texts record in full detail this eschatological doctrine, while the Gathas appear to recognize it either in spirit or in the abstract, so that we must be justified in concluding that the concept of the intermediate place was embodied in the teachings of Zarathustra from the beginning. Although not properly expressed, this quotation explains that the later Avesta has developed the germinal ideas occurring in the Gathas about heaven and hell. Thus, instead of there being a split between the Gathas and the later Avesta, one can easily conclude from the words of the writer that there must be and there is a greater and nearer relationship between the two, and that therefore the teachings in both must have originated from the same great prophet. The quotation on p. 59 is very important, inasmuch as it helps the reader to see for himself that in the same way with respect to all other items the so-called later Avesta, if closely studied and reverently pursued, would surely show itself to be an additional exposition of Zoroaster's nutshell teachings in the Gathas as originally taught by himself and not merely cumbrous writings as imagined by the writer, produced originally by the later priests and other persons. The same sort of concordance is shown on the same page under the heading duration of punishment in hell in the following words: the idea of eternal damnation, that is, confinement in hell until the day of renovation, which is markedly manifest in the Jata works, exist in embryo in the Gathas. 28 Sashyant in the Gathas and Avestae. What surer proof than this is required, in the words of the writer himself, for showing a close relationship like that between the main branch and its twigs and leaves, between the Gathas and the so-called younger Avesta. Yet in order to harp on the same string, in order to be able to show anyhow a split between the two, he says something about the materialization of hell by the later Avesta on the same page under the heading Know the Nature of Retribution in Hell. Such difference as shown there really exists in the original texts, and hell is not at all materialized in the later Avesta, but, as in other cases, the ideas of the Gathas about hell are very ably and elaborately explained and amplified in the other Avesta, which are quite consistent in themselves. On pages 60 and 61 under the heading Savior Prophets atheistness triumphs over wickedness, a vague attempt is again made to show the remoteness of the Gathas from the later Avesta. The writer says on p. 60, the later scriptures speak of the different saviors that will appear in the world at various epochs to reform it, the last and the greatest of such saviors being Sashios, or to use the Gathic word, Sashyant. The term *Sashyant in both the singular and plural forms occurs in the Gathas. Here however the word is used, not as the name of a particular individual, but as a generic term, designating a group of saintly workers. It is in the younger Avestan period that we first become acquainted with a person bearing this name. Those who by their good deeds work for the commandment of Ahura Mazda through good mind and righteousness are called the Savior prophets. End quote. Here the main point of argument adduced by the writer is twofold, viz., first that the use of the word Sashyant in the Gathas is in the generic sense, and that in the later Avesta in the specific sense, and secondly that the word Sashyant is used as a proper name in the later Avesta. The argument may be granted as correct, but it does not follow from this that therefore on account of this distinction the later Avesta embody original teachings inculcated by persons other than the prophet. The word Soslyrant does generically imply a benefactor in spirit. Avesta explains Gathic ideas in detail. 29 UAL Progress, and in the Gathas it is collectively used as end quote. Sashyantudaki Yonamzi, the benefactors of various planes of the universe, and these are explained in the later Avesta as different individual souls working for each of the 7 planes or Keshvars, and the one specially meant for Kinirath Bami or this world is named Sashios. Thus the later Avesta elicits and clears up the germinal idea in the Gathas, and hence instead of regarding the two as the teachings of different persons, a reader of ordinary comic sense will certainly put them down as supplementary ideas inculcated by the same prophet. In the same way the writer, in order to show a separation between the Gathas and the other Avesta, says on p. 61, end quote, the world of humanity will at last arrive at the stage when druj or wickedness will come into the hands of asha or righteousness. This ideal aim and ead has been the final goal laid out in the Gathas. Zarathustra prays over and over again for the period when righteousness shall smite wickedness. The later texts give us a systematic account of the final struggle between the good and the evil powers, and relate in detail how every one of the heavenly beings will smite his own particular opponent, evil spirit. As we have already seen, the Gathas speak of the victory of asha or righteousness, and the defeat of druj, wickedness. This again goes against the writer's attempt to show the split between the Gathas and the later Avesta. He himself admits that the so-called later Avesta explains in detail and systematically what is dismissed with poetic brevity and categorically in the Gathas. And this our argument is very much strengthened, and one cannot but deduce logically that the so-called later Avesta must have as their source the original teachings of Zoroaster himself when we put a quotation from p. 163 side by side with that on p. 61 just given. On p. 163 under the heading Zoroastrianism is anti-devat or against the demons / he speaks about Yachna Ha-12 and the Vendidad which fall under the so-called later Avesta. Thus, in the hymn of the Confession of Faith, YAC.NA Ha-12, that the when Faithful.1 recites Jero in Evkli time he as a child is J invested with the 30 difficult authorships of the Avesta an absurdity. Sacred chord, and which he thereafter repeats throughout his life at the opening of each daily prayer, he proclaims himself a worshipper of Mazda and a foe to the demons. In this antagonistic attitude to all that is evil, he abjures everything relating to the demons and all that may accrue from them, exactly as the prophet Zarathustra did. One of the Nasks or books of the Avesta moreover derives its name from this very expression and is called accordingly, the Yendidad, more correctly end quote, Vidavadata / or law against the demons. From this the writer's own testimony an able reader can clearly come to the correct conclusion that the theory of dividing the sacred Zoroastrian literature into different periods of origin and different authorships of origin is an absurdity in itself and a very far-fetched, ill, and futile attempt in face of so many evidences from the extant literature itself. Here we may put a question both to the writer and the reader for a definite answer from the foregoing quotations. Cannot end quote, Zarathustra's own teachings be regarded as embodied in the Nah-12 and the Vendidad from the point of view of the theme, viz. Righteousness versus wickedness, seen in the Gathas, Yachna Ha-12 and the Vendidad end quote? One who has studied these in the original will be able to say that there is absolutely no mention of an idea about them so as to lead any one Gathas, Yagna Ha 12 and the Vendidad single inconsistent to believe that they may have different sources of origin. Again on p. 163 under the heading Uaka Mana the demon of evil mind a very feeble attempt is made by the writer to show a separation between the Gathas and the later Avesta, there being practically no need for such an attempt. There he says that the term aka Mana figures very rarely in the younger Avesta, and we do not hear of so much of his activity in the Pahlavi works. This is again an unwarranted statement, and the writer betrays his ignorance about the meanings of the terms Engra aka and Manu Mana. Both these terms are used in Avesta and Pahlavi works as having the same sense of all Avesta packs of one vast whole. 31 spirit or evil mind, and they are used very often one for the other without any distinction of meaning. Both imply the evil principle in nature working as a negative pole in opposition to the positive unit spenta manu or vohumana, i.e., the God spirit or good mind, the good principle. Both in the so-called later Avesta and in the Pahlavi works both the terms are used invariably as in the Gathas, and the writer's distinction in this point is also very far-fetched, for on the same page and in the same paragraph he says the ethics of Zoroastrianism naturally demands that aka Mana's power shall be ultimately destroyed, and accordingly he will be vanquished by Vohumana at the end of the present cycle. This is quoted from Yash 19, a member of the so-called later Avesta, and it conveys the same idea that we have already seen in the triumph of righteousness over wickedness on pages 61 and 163, and hence we can argue quite logically that the Yashts, the Vendidad, the Na and every Avesta scripture put under the queer phrase later Avesta, form really parts of one stupendous whole, viz., the entire 21 Nasks, and all these must therefore be studied simultaneously and with equal reverence for all of them as teachings bequeathed by the same great prophet. Under the subject we are at present treating, no page of the book is so repulsive to a microscopic reader as p. 76 of chap 11. The whole chapter in fact requires a close examination and straight refutation, for the division of Avesta scriptures into different periods of origin, and the authorship of the original teachings by different persons have fascinated most of the philological school, and all their speculative ideas are based on this enchanting belief. The heading from the Gathas to the later Avesta a retrograde step at once suggests the idea lurking in the mind of the writer, which is to show anyhow a split between the Gathas and the other Avesta, a split which really never exists, a split according to the origin of ideas, and the spirit of the meanings of ideas therein. 32 Vibhiya styles and meters of extant Avesta. The lofty tone of the earlier compositions gradually declines, and the greater part of the Yagna, Yashts, and Yendidad becomes heavy and monotonous. On only rare occasions do the texts exhibit sudden flashes of transcendent beauty and devout fervor. The growing tendency is for complexity and concreteness. The Gathas generally dealt with the abstract concepts. Every one of the Amisha Spentas, as we have already seen, impersonated some cardinal virtue. Though Asha the genius of righteousness and Orbidat, that of perfection, have each a Yasht consecrated to them in the younger Avesta, the abstract virtues of these archangels do not receive any recognition in these hymns. The secondary and concrete qualities with new associations loom larger in the thoughts of their composers than do the primary qualifications. Rather than dealing with the righteousness of Asha Yahishta and the perfections of Orbidat, the later texts expatiate upon the healing powers by means of the recital of the various formulas of magical efficacy and the spells to drive away the demons of disease and death. This general tendency of drifting towards the concrete and material in religion is the characteristic feature of the times and endures throughout the younger Avestan as well as the subsequent Pahlavi period, in which it reaches its climax. A very long quotation we are obliged to put in here for a just consideration of the subject. Regarding the lofty tone of the Gathas and the heavy tone of the later Avesta, we have to pity the writer for his ignorance of the laws of the composition of the Avesta. In the Avesta as in music, the laws of intonation and rhythm are taught by Zoroaster, and Frasruthram, Firmarithram, Iragathram, Fr, and Yashtim, Frostothvam, Zabathram, Zeoterum, Aphroterum, Abizareterum, etc., 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 are used for different rhymes and intonations of vibrations required to produce different effects on different occasions in different cases of recital. Hence we see that the gathas practically requiring Frasruthram, the Yashts Frayashtim, the Na requiring Zeoterum, the Vendidad requiring Framaritjarum, all of these exhibit different styles on account of the various modes of intonation and meter employed therein. Again, as we have seen in the summary of the 21 Nask Sj, each of these extant Avesta scriptures has as its source one separate individual Nask which differs from the rest in ideas and style, e.g. the Gathas are a poetical composition from the stud differences of the extant scriptures. 33 or Statyasht or Vasurem Nask, the whole of the Na practically and Visparid form prose compositions from the same Nask. The Vendidad has for its source the Javachidadat or Dragubia Nask, and the Yashts practically are composed from the Baghanyasht or Mazday Nask. Hence the Gathas, Ny, and a 9 Na Visparid have their source in the Gathic group of Nasks, the Yashts are derived from the Hadhamanthric group, and the Vendidad from the Datic group of Nasks. Thus not only specifically but also generically the extant Avesta have their different sources of origin out of the 21 Nasks, and it is not at all wonderful that the writer of the book under review on account of his ignorance or concealment of the fact of there being 21 Nasks is at a loss to understand the reason of different styles of each existing scripture. For this reason the Gathas, Na and Visparid treat of subjects different in form though not in spirit from those in the Yashts, which again treat of different subjects and ideas from those in the Vendidad. There is not any amount of complexity nor any sort of concreteness in the so-called later Avesta, and the complexity and concreteness, if they at all appear to the writer, are simply an outcome of his inability to grasp the teachings therein and of a materialistic garb given to them by the faulty philological fashion of following the study of them. The abstract connotation and the abstract function of the archangels is maintained throughout the later Avesta, and it is quite consistently carried out though more elaborately than in the Gathas. One simply wonders why the recital of various Avestic formulas is regarded by the writer as concrete and material. Shall treat this the efficacy of Avesta vibrations in its proper place, but here we must take note that this efficacy is based not on any visible, tangible laws of physical matter, but on the abstract and invisible though scientific laws of ultraphysical states of existence. If the religion can teach about the laws of social life, about the moral code and about the physical well-being, the writer ought not to denounce the later Avesta which teaches the efficacy of Avesta mantra in our everyday practical life. If Zoroaster was a practical man who gave practical precepts of 34 undue advantage of the ignorance of the reader * leading a life in accordance with the laws of nature, it is quite natural that in one of the Nasks he must have given the principles regarding the efficacy of chanting the Avesta mantra. A number of passages even from the Gathas will be quoted hereafter to show how the Gathas themselves pay regard to the mantra or the word of mental efficiency and what divine origin is attached to the mantra or Avestic formulas. Thus we see that all these are innovations of arguments which a lay reader may easily believe and be a ready dupe of, on account of his ignorance of the real facts existing in the extant literature. These gymnastic efforts of twisting and squaring and smoothing and creating queer arguments in order to show the inferiority of the so-called later Avesta no doubt testify to the strength of the writer's physical brain on account of his invention of ideas not existing in the extant Avesta, as to the split between the Gathas and the other Avesta. A very futile argument is advanced on the same page 76 to further support his attempt at showing the split in the following words, Dana, Kisti, Mithra, Raman, Rata, Manthra, Aryaman, Asha, Ver, Mongha, Asman, Asha, Atar, and Zam, furnish us with instances in which terms that were used in the Gathas to connote the ordinary meanings are now personified as angels. Here also the writer takes an undue advantage of the ignorance of the reading public regarding the entire Avesta. There are, in the first place, personifications and addresses in the Gathas, of the angels and archangels. Asha is made to talk about the advent of Zoroaster in the Gathas, Armati is regarded as the daughter of Ahura Mazda, Vohumana is regarded as the son of Ahura Mazda, and in the second place, the angels and archangels are mostly treated in the abstract sense in the later Avesta. Thus the writer conceals some facts from the view of the ordinary reader, and supports his own view anyhow by half-hearted weak arguments based on facts half expressed and half concealed, and this attitude shows absence of frankness and presence of some ulterior object in writing this book. Mention of divinities in the Nasks. 35. Then a very offensive paragraph on p. 77 is further adduced in support of his own view, which is highly objectionable and questionable. It runs thus: whom the divinities to the pre-Zoroastrian Iranians paid their homage, and all of whom were conspicuous by their absence in the Gathas, now pervade the entire Avestan religion. The major portion of the Avestan text sings of their glory. And yet they do not get recognition in the Gathas. This absence of mention by the prophet of the divinities whom the ancients knew aud honored and amp, gt, who occupy a preeminent position in the later development of Zoroastrianism, has been a great problem that has so far defied solution. The prophet had dethroned and banished the Indo-Iranian divinities from the spiritual kingdom. Their cult was too deep-rooted to die out soon, and the priests were compelled to admit it into ths. Zoroastrian theology, when the towering personality of Zoroaster was removed from the scene of activity after his death. Although we have touched this portion, viz., the demons and good spirits in the Gathas and the later Avesta on pages 25, 26 above, while referring to p. 49 of the writer, we cannot but again revert to the same point from the point of view of Nasks. When we look to the summary of the 21 Nasks given above, we find that the origin of the Gathas is the Studyasht or the Vastarum ts Ask, which treats every subject generically and with poetic brevity, and therefore the Gatha refer every time to the 7 Ameshaspens or archangels and only to a few Yazids, as every Avesta student is aware of. In this summary of the Nasks we find that the divinities, complained of by the writer as an addendum in the later Avestan religion, are taught by Zoroaster himself in more than one Nask, e.g. in the Haddock Nask the invocation of the several angels in each of the Gas, in the Pajay Nask the religious names of the 12 months, and the 30 days of every month, which are the names of all the divinities, in the Radu Ddd the demonstration of the assembly of the Ameshaspens and the ritual of the sacred beings, in the Cautious Rub Nask the right method of the preparations and precautions indispensable in the performance of the ritual for the Serd 36 the first axiom in the study of Avesta beings, in the Husparam Nask the ritual of the sacred beings, in the Baghanyasht Nask which included the yashts or glorifying prayers in honor of the good spirits and which also contained the worship of Ahura Mazda, of the Ameshaspens, and the Yazids presiding over visible and invisible creations, from whom the names of the days are derived, their glory, power and marvelous triumph. Thus the absence of the Yazids or divinities in the Gathas is very easily accounted for if the student of the Avesta remembers the first Xioity, that the extant Gathas do not make up the religion taught by Zoroaster, but that they form only a very small fraction of the entire religion of 21 Nasks taught by the prophet. Again we have seen that the writer admits that the Gathas treat of many subjects only generically or as in embryo, and the apparent absence of the divinities in the Gathas is shown to be the real presence of them by a very conspicuous word. The angel or Yazid Srosh is regarded as the greatest of all Yazids, and this fact cannot be denied by the writer. For in Gatha XXXIII 5, a strange compound epithet is applied to Srosh Vice Mazishtam, i.e. the greatest of all, and this I'm Vice i.e. all is an exhaustive adjective which plies the presence of very many other angels, and in accordance with the characteristic treatment of the Gathas only Srosh the greatest of all angels is mentioned generically, the other names being kept for other Nasks. Perhaps the writer of the book may go further and say that the word Yazida is also not to be found in the Gathas, and that therefore all the Yazidas are of a later growth. But former vice, meaning the use of an amp, lt, all, and the superlative degree mazishtam meaning the great est with Srosh suggest a latent force of the word Yazida which mazishtam must the adjectives and vice qualify, and we find the forms Yazai and Yazamne Ongho in the Gathas formed from the same verb Yaz, from which the noun Yazida is derived. Cannot dwell at length on every such unwarranted and groundless point brought by the writer of the book simply to support his favorite split between the Gathas and the other Avesta. Zoroastrianism Universal Law of Unfoldment. 37. Then on pages 77, 78, again there appears a paragraph or two containing ideas which oscillate from one side to the other. The dross therein serves only to provoke the reader by pouring doubts with a skeptic attitude into his mind. The writer evinces his skepticism and willful doubt when he says, "It seems to us that we tread a very delicate path when we set aside as non-Zoroastrian all that does not appear in the Gathas. Are we sure we are standing on firm ground when we dogmatically assert that the prophet of Iran discarded the pantheon and purposely kept it out of his religion of reform? The Indo-Iranian divinities Mithra, Zarathustra, and others occupy a most exalted place in the Avestan and subsequent periods. The Gathas of Zarathustra knew them not. Are they post-Zoroastrian? Did they migrate to Iran after the passing away of the prophet from this world? This cannot be. For the pre-Zoroastrian kings and heroes knew them and sacrificed unto them. They shared the spiritual domination over the hearts of the people of Iran when Zarathustra preached his new faith. And yet the prophet does not immortalize them in the Gathas." In this the writer exposes his skeptic attitude and dogmatic expression of his own idols of the mind. It will never be logical to say that because the names of some angels and not of all of them are mentioned in the Gathas, only the Gathas are composed by Zarathustra and that the rest of the Avesta cannot have been transmitted by the prophet himself. In the first place, Zoroastrian Kaligun has never been a Kaligun of Relatana forms. It is the entire of the universe called in the Avesta, as taught by the great soul Zoroaster and Amp. Gt. Zoroastrianism is nothing but the natural law of evolution or unfoldment of soul, known and taught by Zoroaster, and this universal law inculcates the government of the moral order of the universe by Ahura Mazda, helped by the archangels and angels that are intelligences working in various capacities. The method of the writer is merely that of argument in a circle, and he takes for granted or for data what he is required to prove. For he has to prove that the Gathas only belonged to Zoroaster and that the rest of the Avesta did not, and in order to prove this he has to separate certain ideas into what ought to be Zoroastrian 00 later Avesta explain and supplement Gathas like according to his belief and what ought not to be, and then resting on these data adopted by himself he seems to prove that what is Zoroastrian like according to his beliefs appears in the Gathas, and what is non-Zoroastrian like appears in the rest of the Avesta, and that therefore the Gathas and not the other Avesta should have been given by Zoroaster himself. Whereas actually when we study both the Gathas and the rest of the Avesta with an unprejudiced mind, we are able to see that the rest of the Avesta treat of and explain elaborately the principles inculcated generically in the Gathas, and that therefore the rest of the Avesta are supplementary to, and explanatory of, the Gathas. Moreover, there are suggestive ideas in the Gathas, which are expanded in the rest of the Avesta, and it is this feature that connects both the Gathas and the rest of the Avesta as productions by one and the same originator. How far the writer may be said to be consistent or not, may be seen from the incongruous ideas expressed by him regarding the split between the Gathas and the later Avesta. On p. 286 he says, "The world according to the Pahlavi texts which carry onward the ideal teachings of Zarathustra in the Gathas as developed in the younger Avesta, is ever striving and tending toward final betterment, and will reach perfection in the millennium of Sashios." Here we notice that the writer agrees with us inasmuch as he says that the younger Avesta contains in a developed form the ideal teachings of Zarathustra. That is what we have affirmed throughout, viz. that the so-called later or younger Avesta is supplementary to and explanatory of the ideas inculcated in the Gathas, and that the younger Avesta is not diametrically opposite to, or singularly different from, the Gathas. Thus the writer on p. 286 affirms or accepts what he denies on the foregoing pages. It is therefore quite speculatory on the part of a writer of such a book to say without any evidence in the presence of such conflicting and self-contradictory statements made by himself that the Gathas only and nothing else in the Avesta does not Avesta *. Include Agatha. 39 belongs to Zoroaster. Why does the writer put the word Avesta Gathas in contradistinction to the end quote? In the first place, does the writer understand what the word Avesta implies? Has not attempted to explain or to define the word Avesta, which he never seems to apply to the Gathas but only to the non-Gathic scriptures. Can the connotation of the word Avesta allow us to include Gathas under it? Can the Gathas be termed Avesta or not? In the 72 chapters of the Yajna now extant, which as a whole must be termed later or younger Avesta by the writer, the chapters 28 to 34, 43 to 46, 47 to 50, 51, 53 constitute the 5 Gathas respectively. How can this apparent paradox be solved by the writer? Does the writer know the distinction between Vshusho Mantra and Mantra Spenta the 2 grades of Tne Avesta writings? Just as he has never explained the distinction between the words for Gatha and Avesta, he has not explained the meanings of Vshusho Mantra and Mantra Spenta. Instead of showing the genuine distinction between the 2 grades of mantra or the word, according to their prayer effect as taught by Zarathustra, the Gathas falling under the Vshusho Mantra and most of the rest of the Avesta being called Mantra Spenta, the writer quite unnecessarily squibbles with the distinction between the Gathas and the later Avesta, there being strong objection to the use of the epithet later with the word Avesta. If the writer understands the meaning of the word Avesta which in its entirety makes up 21 nasks, he will never use the incongruous phrase later Avesta. This squibbling is undertaken because it serves as the basis of his entirely imaginary Zoroastrian theology, which he wants to preach to the reading public. On p. 78 he calls the Gathas by the name of Devo short tional hymns, and thus expresses his own surmise as to the argument about the later Avesta. He says we are not unmindful of the argument that the Gathas, being short devotional hymns for the use of the faithful, may not be expected to 40 Gathic and Avestic Amishaspentas. Contain the entire Avesta pantheon or an elaborate ritual. Meant may explain something, but not all. The This is the exact argument that we are adducing throughout. The Gathas belong to a nask which is quite different from the nasks containing the names of all angels or those inculcating the rituals. This argument makes clear the difficulty, and by his own argument the writer brings to the ground his favorite split between the Gathas and the other Avesta, the theory which is the basis of the entire book. In the same way the writer goes on in his own way to show anyhow that the Gathas and the other Avesta did not belong to the same prophet. On the same p. 78 he says that the angels outshine the archangels in the later Avesta, and supports his argument thus some of the Yazatas have risen to such a great popularity during this period that they are honored more than the Amishaspentas. Some of the longest yashts or sacrificial hymns are composed in their honor. Yet the archangels, who are higher in the spiritual hierarchy, who occupied a unique position in the Gathas, and whose glory the prophet even sang with his clarion voice to the people of Iran, have now either to content themselves with short laudatory compositions or go entirely without any special dedication. Some of the attributes that or the prerogative of Ahura Mazda alone are lavishly applied to the leading angels, but the authors are sparing even to parsimony when they confer honorific epithets on the Amishaspentas. This argument has no validity for a right student of the extant Avesta and Pahlavi literature. In the Gathas it must be remembered that all the subjects that are treated therein are dealt with generically, and that is admitted even by the writer himself, as we have already noticed. The Amishaspentas, who have their co-operators in all the Yazatas, are treated in the Gathas generically, and the specific Yazatas are elaborately described in the rest of the Avesta. Hence, if the writer admits that the Gathas treat everything generically, then the Yazatas writer's sophistry reyasht literature. 41 are implied in the treatment of the Amishaspentas in the Gathas. Moreover, the yashts belong to a nask which is quite different from the nask containing the Gathas. The nask called Baghanyasht contained yashts or glorifying prayers in honor of Ahura Mazda, the Amishaspentas, and the Yazataswi presiding over the visible and invisible creations. have in the extant fragmentary literature only 3 yashts glorifying the 3 Amishaspentas out of 7, namely Hormuzd, Ardibisht and Kurdad, the 4 other missing, although we have the Pahlavi form of the Biman yasht called Zendivo Human yasht, which too in its turn is very scanty. The remaining 17 yashts out of the extant literature are dedicated to the Yazatas, there being besides these some 2 or 3 more yashts, e.g. the Horn yasht, the Venanta yasht and the Saraza yasht. Thus we see that the yasht literature has no connection whatsoever with the Gathas insofar as their Naskh origin is concerned, and the writer does not seem to deny throughout his book that the Avesta in its entirety covered 21 Naskhs given by the great prophet. As for the parsimonial attitude etc. towards the Amishaspentas shown by the composer's imagery of the yashts, we should say that the writer of the book has not studied the Avesta as he ought to have done, for he seems to be ignorant of there being a Haftan yasht or Yakna Haftain Haiti, 7 or 8 chapters of the Yakna numbering from 35 to 42, which contain the highest praise and the glorification which the prophet could in his clarion voice express for all the Amishaspends taken together. The writer of the book seems simply to take a wrong advantage of the ignorance of the reading public, even the Parsi public, about the Avesta or its literature, and hence he tries by means of illogical and absurd arguments throughout the book to dupe the ignorant readers. In face of so much evidence to the contrary, the theses brought forward imaginarily and sophistically have no power to stand erect, and in fact the arguments are so meaningless in themselves that from a proper student of the Avesta they do not invite even a logical refutation, on account of their open evident absurdity and nonsense. 42 Gathic and Avestic divineness of Mantra. We shall touch only 2 or 3 such further arguments of the writer in his attempt to show a split between the Gathas and the other Avesta, and then close this first part of the review of the book. The writer has employed his intellectual ability to his best in order to launch forth his favorite argument that the Gathas and not the other Avesta were given by the prophet himself. On p80 he brings forth another strange argument to support his view. There he say and quote, the Avestan texts deify the ritual, implements, textual passages of the scriptures, and other like objects. The expressions of invocation and sacrifice applied to them are the same as those used in honor of Ahura Mazda, the Amishaspentas, and the Yazatas. Thus the ceremonial implements and scriptural texts are all alike made the objects of adoration and praise. End quote. Here again the writer shows his utter ignorance of what the Avesta mantra are. In the Srash Yash the Major, the following are regarded as the powerful weapons of the angel Srash, viz. The Ahanavar, the Yakna Haftain Haiti, the Fshusho mantra, and all chapters of the Yana. Even in the Gathas the mantra are said to be divinely given to Zoroaster, and the making of the entire mantra bears the divine stamp. Thus it is quite consistent that the other Avesta pays the necessary dignity to the mantra in commendation to the same dignity given to the mantra in the Gathas. Hence this argument for a logical mind can never go to prove that the so-called later Avesta which pays proper respects to the mantra in accordance with the attitude observed towards the mantra in the Gathas were not given by the prophet himself. Again a reference is made to the distinction in style. On same p80, under the heading L Zarathustra's monologues in the Gathas as against his dialogues in the Avesta, he puts the following argument in order to prove his quaint thesis. He says in end quote, the Gathas the prophet addressed several questions to Ahura Mazda, but the replies were left to be inferred from the context. An advance is made upon this method, and now we have Zoroaster depicted style OP dialogue in Gathas and later Avesta. 43 as putting questions, and Ahura Mazda himself as answering them categorically. To invest their compositions with divine sanction and prophetic authority, the later sages wrote in the form of a dialogue between Ahura Mazda and his prophet. The greater part of the Vendidad and some of the yashts are composed in this style. End quote. In the first place this is not strictly true. In the Gathas there are some sections which are like the direct words from Ahura Mazda. In the Gathas also we find dialogues between Ahura Mazda and Amishaspentas, between Jishurvan and Jishtashan, between Zoroaster and his disciples and so on. Therefore 60 far as the style of the dialogue is concerned it is to be found in the Gathas also, and not restricted to the later Vesta only. Then again in the Gathas Zoroaster addresses himself in the first person, in the second person and also in the third person, which is never accounted for by the writer, a fact which is common in the later Avesta, in the style of the dialogue between Ahura Mazda and his prophet. The writer also seems to be quite ignorant of the existence of the 21 nasks given by Zoroaster, or he willfully ignores that fact, when he puts the Vendidat and the Yashts as compositions by the later sages. Will the writer name with authority only one out of his imaginary later sages who composed the entire Avesta with the exception of the Gathas? Will he condescend to show the name of only one such later sage occurring in the later Avesta? Being not content with his undevotional and illogical speculations, the writer accuses the so-called later sages, God and the writer know, who they are or were, of investing their own compositions with prophetic authority, a charge equally applicable to and fit for the writer himself. Cannot the argumentum ad baculum adopted by the writer be directed against himself? Is not the book called Zoroastrian Theology invested with a scholarly authority from the get-up and style of the book itself, whereas in reality the writer has given a scholarly garb to his own nonsensical views about the extant Zoroastrian literature? It is never logical to say that, because the diction and style differ, the authors must be different. Milton adopted blank verse in his Paradise Lost, a different and peculiar 44 style differs as the subject matter differs, style in his sonnets, style of the mystery plays in the Comus, prose style in his Areopagitica. To say that Milton, being a poet, could not have written anything of the above except the Paradise Lost will be lack of common sense in an educated person. We have seen before that the Yazachni and some of its chapters are derived from one nask, Visparad from another, Vendidat is altogether a third different nask, and the Yashts are taken from a fourth nask, whereas the Gathas form part of a fifth different nask, and hence it is quite possible that according to the nature of different subjects the same prophet may have separated all the nasks not only in their body but also in their style and ideas. Thus the same string on which the writer harps throughout his book, viz., that the Gathas only and nothing else could have been given by the prophet, gives way under self-where. Then again similar views expressed on other pages of the book by the writer simply expose his ignorance or willful omission of the existence of 21 nasks making up the entire Zoroastrian scriptures. As for example on p. 104, while referring to the Me'er Yasht, the writer imagines that the composer of that Yasht was somebody else and not the prophet, in these words, the writer who consecrated Yasht 10 in his honor was conversant with the past greatness of this divinity, whose cult had struck so deep a root in the popular mind. As usual he is unable to give the name of the composer, but the writer dreams at least that he was not the prophet himself, although we find references to Zarathustra in the Me'er Yasht as in the Gathas, and although the ideas in the Me'er Yasht are only elaborate collaborations of those in the Gathas about truth and right speaking and observance of contract. Another instance of the same kind of dream of the writer is found on p. 120 while referring to the Horn Yasht, the poet depicts him, Homa, as approaching Zarathustra for this particular purpose. We are left to infer who the poet of the Horn Yasht, which covers the 9th and 10th chapters of the Yajna, was, but the writer intends to convey that he is other than the prophet according to his belief without Rizzo and Zoroastrian scriptures before mischief by Alexander. 45. It will not be out of place to show one more inconsistency of the writer of the book regarding his attempt to show a split between the Gathas and the rest of the Avesta. On p. 184 under the heading Alexander consigns the Zoroastrian scriptures to the flames, he seems to pay a tribute to the entire Zoroastrian scriptures in the following words, Great as was this national catastrophe, still greater was the spiritual loss involved in the destruction of the holy scriptures of Zoroastrianism, which perished in the conflagration of Persepolis fire, the most sacred emblem of Iran, was wantonly utilized in consuming one word of Ormuzd. The ill-fated Darius had ordered the 2 archetype copies to be preserved in the Dizynipishti and Ganjai Shapagan I, deposited in the archives of Persepolis, perished in the conflagration. The second copy of the sacred writings, in the Ganjaya Shapagan, we are informed, was done into Greek, though more probably it met with a similar fate after a long period of darkness, following his ill-destined invasion of Persia, Iran once more recovered her political autonomy, but she never regained, in their pristine fullness, the holy works of her great prophet. This is a paragraph which, when read between the lines, gives food for reflection. Does the writer imply all the 21 nasks by the phrase the Holy Scriptures of Zoroastrianism? Does he mean the original 21 nasks by the phrase the Word of Ormazd? Does he intend to convey to us the existence of 21 nasks by the phrase two archetype copies, or were they copies of the extant 5 stray gathas? Is it because both the copies of the 21 nasks were lost that we have today fragments broken from a harmonious whole, and those two amounting to less than y of the whole? Does the writer apply the phrase period of darkness to the destruction of the 21 nasks, leaving the extant fragments here and there in the hands of some poor people? Does the writer signify the authenticity of the 21 nasks by the phrase their pristine fullness? And we may ask a last question to the reader: 1. Can the writer of Zoroastrian theology have meant only the 5 gathas or the entire Avesta scriptures of the 21 nasks by the XXI phrase the holy ivories of her great prophet under chapter 46 Ahura Mazda, the source of all Avesta? If all these questions are rightly weighed and properly balanced by the reader in the scales of his mind, he will be able to follow clearly our argument brought forward against the favorite thesis of the writer that the gathas only and nothing else could have been given by Zoroaster, a groundless belief on which is based his entire book of Zoroastrian theology, which when removed from the book renders the book itself extinct. Finally, the writer seems not to be ignorant of the 21 nasks as the root source of all Avesta writings. On p. 117 in his eulogy upon 4 Ahura Mazda he says, "Word the end quote, greatest of all the spells, the par excellence of the Zoroastrian theology, which is constantly on the tongue of the faithful, is the Ahura Mazda. It is made up of 21 words, every one of which corresponds to one of the 21 nasks which make up the complete holy writ of the Zoroastrians. It is the quintessence of the entire scriptures, of all the sacred formulas that have ever been pronounced or are now recited, or which will be recited hereafter. This word that the Lord God has announced to the holy prophet is the best." End quote. How can the writer of Zoroastrian theology be said to be consistent in his views about the later Avesta as post-Zoroastrian and written by the later sages when he admits of the existence of the 21 nasks derived from the 21 words of the Ahura formula, which has a divine origin, and taught by Ahura Mazda to Zarathustra? Did the 21 nasks contain only the 5 extant fragmentary gathas with the exclusion of Yagna, Vendidad, Visparad, Yashts, and all the other Avesta mantra? If so, what did the 21 nasks include? Why does not the writer of Zoroastrian theology give or attempt to give the possible contents of the 21 nasks? He preaches in his book many things on the authority of the Polytheism, but omits to give a summary of the 21 nasks as given in the same Polytheism. Will the writer account for this willful omission? It reflects simply discredit and presence of some ulterior object in view on the part of a writer of a book like Zoroastrian theology, to keep the reader in the dark about an all-important fact, viz., the existence of 21 concluding Kamaks. 47 nasks with their contents, and to attempt to argue out his own favorite idol of the mind with this artifice of willful omission. With these remarks we leave the reader to draw his own conclusions about the writer as well as the book, saying that in spite of his artifices employed of willful omission and of misrepresentation of facts, the writer has not at all been able to convince the reader that the gathas only originated from Zoroaster and that the rest of the Avesta were the original productions of persons other than the prophet. If the 21 nasks were not the original productions of Zoroaster, then the entire Avesta including the gathas could not have originated from Zoroaster, then the Ahura itself could not have been composed by Zoroaster, and then it might be that the prophet named Zoroaster could not have existed on this earth. This is the only conclusion for those preachers of Zoroastrian scriptures who do not believe in, or willfully omit to admit of, the existence of 21 nasks as the root cause of the edifice of the Zoroastrian law. 48 Chapter 2. The writer is harping throughout the whole book on the same string of proselytism which really forms the burthen of his book. While dealing with the first part of the review, viz., the writer's division of Avesta scriptures into periods, we have hinted at the one ulterior object of the writer of Zoroastrian theology, viz. Advocacy of proselytism, i.e. the theory of allowing admission of aliens into the Zoroastrian community simply by putting on them sudra or the sacred shurdati and kusti or the sacred thread girdle. In this age of rank materialism, it is but natural that most of the people can have no idea of the subtle laws of nature working in all human activities. The cumulative law of Asha implies all the beneficent forces in nature carrying out the divine moral order of the universe as inculcated in the Zoroastrian law. When the community begins to decline in its number on account of the inexplicable disturbance caused by the people themselves to this moral order by not living a life parallel to and in strict accordance with the law of Asha, a strange remedy for the increase of the population is suggested by a few of the community, viz. that of proselytism. This suggestion has caused much provocation of late in the community when attempts have been made by some philologists to prove the advocacy of proselytism from the extant Zoroastrian scriptures by their usual practice of twisting and perverting the texts so as to render them suitable to their views. One of such attempts is the Book of Zoroastrian Theology under review. The writer tries his utmost to carry home to his readers that the practice of proselytism is distinctly advocated in the Zoroastrian scriptures, and this advocacy of proselytism is the sum and substance of the entire book. This subject of proselytism and marriage with the aliens is one which can be viewed from many standpoints: sociology, biology, embryology, anthropology, philosophy, and religion. Whether questions involved in lbos littlesome. 40 Alien marriage is disastrous to the social stability of a community, whether pure species can be continued, whether there is extinction of the generating power by the blending of seeds of different genera and species of mankind, whether there can be harmony of thought and compatibility of temperaments resulting from such marriage. These and many more are the subjects which lie outside the scope of the present undertaking. Here we have to see whether alien marriage and proselytism are advisable, not from the scientific, economic, social, or moral point of view, but only from the point of view of religious scriptures, and that too from the extant remnants of original Zoroastrian scriptures only. There are also other interesting questions relating to the subject, such as the object of nature in the institution of the different religions of the world according to the various differentiated stages of progress reached in the course of evolution by different groups of souls according to their varying constitutions, or the advisability of conversion as preached in other great religions of the world, viz. in Christianity, Buddhism, or Islam. All such questions have no bearing on the subject in hand, viz. whether the principle of proselytism as shown to exist in the extant Zoroastrian scriptures is at all advocated as such. It would have been very easy for us to give a refutation of the subject, had the writer devoted some pages exclusively to the treatment of this subject. But the writer, while trying to write on Zoroastrian theology, has sought every occasion, directly or indirectly, to refer constantly to this subject favorably according to his idol of the mind. And this he has to do because in the introduction he deems, and quote, it essential to a clear comprehension of the religious thought prevalent in the Parsi community at various epochs of its history to present a concise account of religious beliefs from the pre-Gathic times down to the present day, and quote, one of such religious beliefs is proselytism according to the writer, and he preaches it as an original Zoroastrian belief. Hence it is our task to make out whether modern proselytism is affirmed in 750 the Ubitek, an advocate of conversion, or mandate given by Zoroaster himself or met with in any of the extant Vesta scriptures, or whether it is only a fume of the imagination of a meager portion of the present-day community including the writer of the book himself. Just as we have seen in the first part how the writer is bent on denouncing without any evidence all of Vesta writings except a considerable portion of the Gathas as un-Zoroastrian-like, in the same way we shall see in this part how the writer tries to establish clandestinely, nay even irrelevantly, the advocacy of proselytism. Although he says in the introduction that he has attempted, as far as it has been practicable, not to write as a five-partisan. We shall see that as in the case of many other subjects so in the case of proselytism it has not been practicable for the author to write without being a partisan. We shall see that he has come out simply as an advocate of so-called reformers, or edical belief changers to whom alien marriage and proselytism appear to be the be-all and end-all of Zoroastrianism. The force of his partisanship in taking the brief of the conversionists, and the intensity of his prepossession in favor of their belief can be easily perceived xlvi from his words in chapter under the heading Zoroasterianism, Trianism ceases to be a missionary religion, which run as under, but for all that the decline in the birth rate in a community of about 100,000 souls that stubbornly rebels against all proselytes and closes its doors against all aliens threatens its very existence. The writer means to convey without any scriptural evidence that the only remedy for an increase of birth rate in the community and the panacea for the perpetuation of the Parsi community is proselytism. If proselytism served as remedy against the extinction of a race, why should nature have made so many varieties of the races of men instead of one homogeneous group of all mankind on earth? If only one religion was suitable for the progress of all these various classes of men, why should nature have sent so many prophets with so many different messages of Ashoil Beotis vital force for Zoroastrians? 51. Religion? If the extinction of a race was preventable simply by an addition of people or grafting from different races, why should there be rise and fall of nations or races on the earth? All these and several others are the questions which deserve full treatment in connection with the subject of proselytism, which need not be taken up just here, since another volume chiefly devoted to the treatment of the social and economic problems of the community is promised to be published by the same writer * at some future time, as he avers on p. 368, when full justice would by God's grace be extended to its review. The writer pays attention to quantity or numbers at the cost of quality or merit. On same p. 368 he says, if Zoroastrianism is to live in this world as a living faith, it must have sufficient numbers in its fold to keep up its vitality. A religion always has its life, so long as it is put into practice in everyday life by each individual member thereof. Zoroastrianism seems to die out and is dying out at the present day, not because there are only 100,000 souls belonging thereto, but because most of these have imbibed very nasty materialistic views from outside by which their life is guided, and are abandoning day by day all the precepts of Ashoy or perfect rectitude worthy of observance in everyday life, and are crying for a religion of physical convenience and material ease with no sanctity or spiritual purity or responsibility. If the writer desires Zoroastrianism to live, it is his duty to write a book on practical purity as taught by Zoroaster and to exhort his readers to faithfully observe all those canons taught in all the Avesta scriptures. The vitality of Zoroastrianism can never be expected in the nature of things to be upheld by an addition of some Hindus or Mahomedans or Christians into the community and by making an external stamp on their designation as Zoroastrians. The vitality of Zoroastrianism can only be upheld by making faith a living force and sincerity the basic virtue in every present member of the Zoroastrian fold, who should be quite willing and ready to observe all the tenets of purity as taught in that great religion. It is thus by adding to the quality 52 preaching of truth to whom, when and how, and not to the bulk of the community, that stability can be maintained and increase can be made in the number of the community in the near future. First, teach your own religion to the members of your own community, 99% of whom are quite ignorant of the tenets of their sacred religion. In the Yakna Haftain Haiti Ha 35 we find a very fine passage regarding the teaching of religion. There it is stated that man then or a woman knowing the truth may practice it as such, and may teach it to those who are capable of practicing the same as it ought to be practiced. From this it is seen that it is the duty of every Zoroastrian first to know the laws of Ashoy taught by the prophet, then to practice the same himself or herself, and then as a practical observer he or she will have a natural right of preaching the same to other co-religionists who are capable of practicing the same. Thus we learn that without the qualification of strict profession of a religion by its own members, mere number of adherents can never help to sustain the life of that religion. Nature requires truth or intrinsic value of everything, and not mere show of things. Alien people who are nominally styled Zoroastrians by the 20th century innovators of proselytism would not give life to Zoroastrianism but on the contrary take away the life therefrom. Of course in this our attempt we cannot treat the subject of proselytism intact even from the purely Zoroastrian point of view, showing the classifications of various stages of different souls, and their different grades of progress. Here we have only to point out how the writer of Zoroastrian theology, who seems fro and his views expressed therein to be an enthusiast of proselytists, makes the best attempt to allude to this advocacy throughout his work. We shall take up, one by one, such attempts and try to see the strength of the arguments advanced by him. Attention is here drawn of the reader to one point which he is requested to bear in throughout, which is that although the writer of Zoroastrian theology separates the Gathas as purely Zoroastrian and the other Avesta as pseudo-Zoroastrian, he bases his arguments in more than one subject, not on the Gathas but on the so-called Bhaukyotika Esha, one of the classes of souls. 53 later Avesta also, and that wherever the references quoted from the later Avesta go against his personal views, they are run down as younger or later or post-Zoroastrian, but whenever they seem to be in favor of his idols of the mind, he supports them as if they shared the first-rate authority with the Gathas. As for instance on p4 he says, and quote, "The sacred books designate these pioneers in Iranian religion as the Bhauryotika Esha, of the primitive faith," end quote. From a wrong interpretation of the term Bhauryotika Esha, the writer intends to convey that there were people in Iran before the advent of Zoroaster, who had their own religion and who underwent conversion or proselytism into Zoroaster's teachings. This word means, end quote, Bhauryotika Esha, end quote, literally, end quote, the first or advanced ones in faithful practices of devotion, end quote, and is applied throughout the Avesta only to saintly souls advanced in spirituality. Those only who expedited their evolution or spiritual progress by following Dataish Bhauryaisha Ahura he*v, i.e. the original first laws of Ahura in their leading of life, are put under the class Bhauryotika Esha. We have in the Avesta, three chief classes of souls always occurring together as Inya, Nah 26. The three terms Ashayanam Fravashinam, Bhauryotika Eshanam, Fravashinam, and Nabanajishtanam Fravashinam imply three graduated classes of souls advanced in Ashoy. The first class El Ashayanam is the generally advanced class of souls that have left the earth for good and are progressing still further in the unseen world. The second Bhauryotika Eshanam is the higher one and includes all souls who have achieved their liberation and spiritual development to a certain degree, and the third Nabanajishtanam, which literally means see the nearest to the center or the creator, includes the highest group of souls who have nearly completed their spiritual progress in the heavenly regions and are being drawn close to the center. Even the prophet Zarathustra himself is styled a, end quote, Bhauryotika Esha, end quote, in the Fravardanyasht, for he was himself an advanced soul. Thus we see that the word Bhauryotika Esha, which has a technical sense, is wrongly rendered as an amp, lt, people of primitive 54 no religion before Zoroaster. Faith. End quote. In fact, there was no prophet nor any form of established religion such as Hinduism, Buddhism etc. before the advent of Zoroaster, and hence it is very improper to say that Zoroaster converted the people of primitive faith to his own faith. The Bhauryotika Esha people were Yazdanparast or God worshippers no doubt, and Zoroaster, who expounded the entire law of nature to them, only pointed out the straight path which was the shortcut to the attainment of the goal of highest spiritual progress. Then in Chap 2 under the heading, end quote, Zoroastrianism in its early missionary stage, end quote, the writer wants emphatically to preach the advocacy of conversion in Zoroastrianism. He terms Zoroastrianism the new religion / which implies that there must have been some old religion before Zoroastrianism, whereas in fact, as we have seen, there was no form of established religion before the time of Zoroaster. Then by the heading the proselytizing zeal of the Crusaders under the same chapter, he tries to convey to the reader that proselytism is openly allowed in Zoroastrianism. On the same p12 he puts in sentences like the following: when Zarathustra won as a convert, Vishtaspa, conversions to the new religion followed rapidly, with all the zeal and fire characteristic of converts. Zarathustra's followers worked actively for the promulgation of the faith both within and outside of the country. Zoroastrianism soon became a church militant / all of these are fired off only to betray his enthusiasm for the advocacy of proselytism. The adoption of Zoroastrianism by King Vishtaspa and other Bhauryotika Esha souls of the time was never conversion or change as it is understood at present from the profession of one established religion to that of another, but it was simply an adoption of system where there was formerly no organization in their belief. The speculative tendency of the writer goes further when he says on the same page, and quote, Zoroastrianism implanted itself not alone among the Iranians that practiced the primitive faith, but also among the Deva worshippers, or accursed followers of demoniacal beliefs, and even among the Turanians Ian and Tuban no distinction of religion. 55 The national rivals of Iran, the Prophet immortalizes in his holy hymns the Turanian chieftain Phryana and his family, who came over to his religion. End quote, a highly unwarranted statement, indeed. There is not a single evidence whether direct or indirect to prove that Zoroastrianism spread among Deva worshippers. This is mere firing off of the writer's own brain. The writer contradicts his own statement of the conversion of the Deva worshippers when on page 118 he says under the heading Recite the Spells. Into Zoroastrianism those privileged to, end quote, the manthrans or chanters are those who are privileged to recite the spells. The knowledge of the secret formulas is to be zealously guarded, it is to be imparted only to the veriest few in the closest circle. Teaching a mantra to an infidel is equivalent to giving a tongue to a wolf. End quote. In view of such statements, how can proselytism be allowed then? Page 12 and page 118 exhibit a pair of inconsistent ideas, which is the characteristic defect of the writer throughout his work. If we admit the statement on page 118 taken from Yasht 4 according to the writer to be authoritative, then the statement on page 12 regarding the conversion of Deva worshippers turns out to be untrue. Then again the favorable light in which the Turanians are held throughout the Avesta does NC/T imply proselytism at all. As has been twice pointed out, there was no established form of religion either in Iran or the neighboring country of Turan before the advent of Zoroaster, and the Bahá'í or further advanced souls of Iran, Turan, and many other countries are laudably remembered in Avesta scriptures. Just as the Iranian Bahá'í people were put on the track of Zoroastrianism, in the same way the Turanian good people, not all the Turanians of course, followed the path of Zoroaster, but this adoption of Zoroastrianism by the Turanians cannot therefore be termed conversion. Iran and Turan implied only a distinction of locality or country and not one of religion. The fact that all the holy ones of Iran, Turan, Sarima, Sainana and other places are equally remembered in the Fravardan Yasht, 56 Yoishtafalna no convert, does not show that all those who lived beyond the limits of Iran professed a faith different from that prevalent in Iran then. This memory of those holy ones in the Fravardan Yasht, never for a moment implies the advocacy of the present-day proselytism by Zoroaster, but simply points out to us that Mazda worshippers were not confined to Iran only but also inhabited neighboring and distant regions alike. The writer's reference to the Turanian chieftain Phryana in the Gathas is also without any evidence, for the word means powerful. End quote. Turaya *46 in an amp, lt, Gatha * 12 an amp, lt, or mighty. End quote, and is supported by the epithet Ayajiyishu meaning overpowering applied to his family. Also there is no historical evidence to bear out the view that Yoishta Phryana a Bahá'í Esha who is remembered in the Aban Yasht, Fravardan Yasht, and the Gathas as a disciple of, or co-worker of Zoroaster was a Turanian. In the first place therefore the meaning of the word Turaya as rendered by the writer of Zoroastrian theology is questionable, and the word does not necessarily mean el-Turanian, and even if we allow such a meaning, the spiritual qualifications of Phryana mentioned in the same Gathic passage point him out as an advanced soul or Bahá'í Esha, and hence his adoption of the Zoroastrian form of the law of Hormuzd can never be styled conversion from one established religion to another, or from heathenism to a religion, or proselytism as the writer attempts to style. Then on the same page 12 under the heading Zarathustra speaks of his faith in terms of a universal religion / the writer advances his favorite thesis of proselytism. The whole paragraph forms a testimony to the partisan-like spirit of the writer pro-proselytism. Have in this paragraph to comment upon the phrase universal religion as applied to Zoroastrianism and to see the meanings in the original passages quoted by the writer from the Gathas in support of his advocacy of proselytism. In the first place we admit emphatically that Zoroastrianism is a universal religion. but it must be clearly pointed universality of Zoroastrianism. 57 out wherein the universality of Zoroastrianism consists. This can be explained in two ways. The religion taught by Zarathustra or the Dana Zarathustra is the law of the entire universe, not of a fraction thereof, as taught by Zarathustra. The 21 nasks covered all the laws governing all the planes of the universe, viz. the spiritual, the subtle, and the physical. Zoroastrian law is universal inasmuch as it is the law which teaches all the laws of life for the emancipation of the soul out of the physical vesture which imprisons it and dwarfs its powers, and it is the law which is the greatest, the best, the most excellent of all the laws that ever taught about the evolution of the soul. In Yajna Ha 12 or the Confession of Faith formula, the law of Zarathustra is depicted in the following terms. I attune and quote, myself with the good Mazdayasna law T, which is efficient in putting down the dual incessant fight between good and evil principles in man, which helps one to put down the weapon of body by effecting liberation of the soul, which leads to the union of the soul with its self-counterpart, divorce so far down here for a purpose, which teaches the divine moral order governing the entire universe, which is the best, the greatest and the most excellent of all the laws, leading to the evolution stage of the soul and even to the most advanced goal of the soul, which pertains to Zarathustra of Ahura. Thus the universality, or rather the universal greatness, because of the universal application, of the law of Zarathustra is to be noticed in more than one Avesta passage, but that never implies such a form of proselytism as is preached by the writer. In the Vendidat Fargard v. the universal character of Zoroastrianism is depicted very beautifully with the same implication of the greatness of the law of Zarathustra. There it is said that the law Mazdayasna as taught by Zarathustra is greater in size, beauty, and excellence than any other law, just as the sea Vaurakasha is greater than all other seas, or just as a big tree covers all the smaller ones, or just as the sky covers 358. Universal greatness and efficacy of Zoroastrianism. The entire earth round. This idea of the universality of the Zarathustrian religion from the point of view of its greatness and dignity is to be found also in the Gathas, but the writer of Zoroastrian theology perverts the meaning so as to make it serve his own purpose of preaching proselytism. From this one instance of the perversion of original meanings of the texts in the body of his writing and putting a figure over it to dupe the reader into the belief of there being a scriptural authority for the writer's view, we shall have an idea of the clandestine method employed as an artifice throughout the book. On page 13 he says the prophet is convinced that the religion which his heavenly Father has commissioned him to preach is the best for all mankind. Here the last three words for all mankind do not occur in the original at all, and these words are thrust in by the writer to show that Zarathustrian religion is meant for all mankind, and hence to preach advocacy of proselytism. The line in the Gathas 44:10 is in the Avesta put thus tarn Dhanamya hat and Vahisht i.e. that law which is the best of all laws leading towards the evolution of the soul. Thus it is a direct reference to Zoroastrianism as the universal religion because it is all exhausting or including each and every law of the universe. It is universal because of its greatness as the supreme law, including in it all the other laws of nature. Having understood the universal characteristic of Zoroastrianism from the point of view of its greatness, we shall now try to understand why Zoroastrianism is a universal religion from the point of view of its universal efficacy resulting from the observance of all its tenets by its adherents. Every law of nature when observed by the people has its practical effect visible or invisible on the different planes of the universe, including the physical. The law of vibration is at the bottom of this effect. Now the laws inculcated in the 21 nasks by Zoroaster are the original laws of nature in obedience to which the multifarious activities in nature are carried on, and universally does not imply Pos Liti and M59. A Zoroastrian attunes himself with nature or remains parallel with the functions of nature, when he observes all the laws of his religion. The effect of this parallelism is accumulated invisibly in nature, and this effect extends all over the globe as it rotates on its axis and revolves in space as well as over different planes of nature from time to time besides this material one, thus reaching and affecting each and every member of all the kingdoms animal, including human, vegetable and mineral, on this earth. Thus it is the nature of observance of the tenets of Zoroastrian religion and not the mere quantity or number of nominal adherents, that marks it out as universal in its effect, upon the creation universally, as explained above. This universal characteristic of Zoroastrianism can never be taken to imply proselytism or conversion of all mankind on the earth all at once from the Red Indian savage to the greatest scientist into Zoroastrian faith. If the universal characteristic of Zoroastrianism were to imply downright proselytism, then there ought to have been only one race of people in the human kingdom instead of so many innumerable and different varieties of races, and there ought to have been no other form of established religion, no Hinduism or Buddhism, no Mohammedanism, no Mosesism, no Christianity, except that established by Zoroaster alone. Hence, if the writer of Zoroastrian theology admits that he is wiser than the providence and that the providence ought not to have made a differentiation of races among mankind with a graduation of religions to suit their progress, we can in that case accept the universality of Zoroastrianism in the sense he means to convey. Otherwise, if Zoroastrianism is at all termed a universal religion, which it undoubtedly is, the universal characteristic can be explained and understood only from the two main points of view, viz., of greatness, and of application or efficacy of observance, as we have already seen. Now let us see the reasonableness of the Gathic allusions brought forth by the writer on p. 13 in support of his own view. He says 60 writer's perversion of Gatha 49, 6 and 44, 10, and quote, "The prophet beseeches the Lord, together with Asha as the genius of righteousness, to let him know their divine will, so that he and his disciples may be able the better to teach the religion to man," end quote. He quotes this from Gatha 49, 6. Here again, the meaning of the original is entirely perverted by the writer in order that the meaning may help him preach his gospel of proselytism direct from the Gathas. The original Avesta words Yathai end quote, Sr and Vayamatarn Dinamyakshmavado Ahura, end quote, do not contain any idea of preaching the religion and of preaching to mankind in general. There is no reference to end quote, at all in end quote, the original, and these two words are added by the writer besides the perversion of the meaning of the original Gathic words. In Gatha 49, 6, if the whole context is properly borne in mind, the prophet explains what the law of Asha in a nutshell implies, viz., the recognition of what is right in nature through the higher wisdom of the good mind, and then the sentence quoted above in the Avesta follows, which literally implies thus end quote, this we can remind ourselves of, viz., that law of thine, Ahura, end quote. Instead of this obvious philological meaning, the writer according to his practice throughout the book willfully perverts, adds, and omits, as he pleases, in order that his favorite theses can be shown to be borne out by the scriptures to a lay reader in the same way. He says on same page further 11, the prophet is convinced that the religion which his heavenly Father has commissioned him to preach is the best for all mankind. We have already quoted the sentence as an instance of perversion. The writer quotes this from Gatha 44, 10, which runs thus Tarn end quote, Dinamya Hatam Vahishta, end quote, which literally means that law end quote, is the best of the laws leading to real existence or evolution. End quote. Hatam, grammatically the word end quote, is in the genitive plural, and yet the writer puts it in the form dative all mankind. End quote, for this is to say the least an undesirable means of trying to force the writer's own views upon the lay reader by putting a perverted rendering. Third instance on the same page 13 of such undesirable artifice maj be cited here. He says Nol Boseltism preached in Gatha 53, 1. 61 end quote, Ahura Mazda has promised that he will give the riches of beatitude for all time to the devout followers of the new faith. End quote. This is pointed out as a quotation from Gatha 53, 1. The writer in his own peculiar way of rendering tries to convey that some inducement is presented to the people for adhering to the Zoroastrian faith, and that therefore proselytism is encouraged by means of this inducement even in the Gathas. When the whole piece is translated literally, it is seen that no such meaning of proselytism can be deduced from this paragraph, and that therefore the writer's attempt is one more instance of perversion. The literal rendering is as follows end quote, the best aspiration of Spitama Zarathustra has been vouchsafed, because Ahura Mazda gave him on account of rectitude the blessed reward of eternal beatitude, and because those who harassed him began to teach about the word and deed of the good law." Here we see that the eternal beatitude is bestowed upon the prophet himself, and the reference does not relate to any underlying or even remote idea of proselytism. This is willful perversion in addition to misquotation. There is no promise of beatitude devout to the followers and there are no such new words as faith in the original. This is the way in which the writer preaches proselytism and nonsensical vague idols of his mind. The references to the Gathas or the other Avesta by means of figures in the footnotes contained in the book are meant only to mislead a lay reader. All these passages quoted above are regarded by the writer as best authorities pro-proselytism in the Gathas, though really a student of the Avesta when he renders the literal translation of these passages is unable to see any such meaning in them. Although Zoroastrianism is a universal religion inasmuch as it is the complete law of nature taught by Zoroaster and possesses universal superiority or transcendency and efficiency of universal application if properly followed by its adherents as we have already seen, the writer deplores that Zoroastrianism has been universal, in these words 62 universal unfoldment by the law in Gatha 31:3. Though possessed of all the best elements that fitted it to be a world creed, Zoroastrianism has never shown any signs of becoming a universal religion. The writer regards Zoroastrianism as remaining only a communal 100-national religion, an lt. Or the religion of 1,000 souls. This deploration of the writer points out the wrong connotation of the term universal as applied to Zoroastrianism. The Gathas speak of the universality of the Zoroastrian law, but the writer even misrepresents that passage and harps upon the same string of conversion of the people of the world. As for instance on the same page 13 he quotes Gatha 31:3 and says from the very mouth of Mazda the prophet yearns to know the divine truth in order that he and his adherents may convert all living men to the excellent faith. In this passage there has been originally pointed out the universal effect of the Zoroastrian law upon the entire living creation including all the kingdoms of nature, and thus the achievement of universal evolution by means of the observance of Zoroastrian law in the Golden Age has been spoken of. This passage, which implies a very deep meaning regarding the collective progress of the entire creation, does not at all refer to the proselytism of all people from the most illiterate to the most intellectual as the writer wants to convey. A similar reference is made by the writer on page 31 under the heading 1 The Prophet Guides Mankind to Asha's Righteousness, and there also the writer brings in the idea of conversion by the queer heading and also by the words Zoroaster fervently hopes for the period when every individual in his or her own capacity will embrace and act righteousness and will thus make the entire world of humanity gravitate towards Asha. In this consists the final victory of good over evil, and the divine kingdom of Ahura Mazda will come when righteousness wholly pervades the universe. All, therefore, have to contribute to this mighty work. The righteous ones living in different ages and at different places form the members of one holy group, inasmuch as they are all actuated by one absurd and irrelevant reference to proselytism. 63 And the same motive and work for the common cause. Though differentiated by time and place, as also by their respective tenements of clay, they are one in spirit, and work for the inauguration of the kingdom of righteousness. If this paragraph is read attentively, it is seen that the entire idea refers to the cosmic or universal evolution which is the final goal of the creation. But no Hodi will venture to assert that this ever implies downright proselytism. In the same way the prophet's desire on page 13 quoted from the Gatha 31:3 shows a yearning for the universal evolution or unfoldment of all the souls on whichever planes of the universe they may be. The writer either consciously or unconsciously attempts to prove the advocacy of proselytism by a perversion of the idea in these two references taken from his book. In fact, in the book of Zoroastrian theology it is quite absurd and irrelevant to refer to the subject of conversion or proselytism, and the absurdity or irrelevance is all the more emphasized by the title of the book. but as we have seen very often, the ulterior object of the writer in bringing out the book is simply to show to the public that Zoroastrianism encourages proselytism and alien marriages by means of argumentum ad ignorantia. The writer impudently says on page 3, and quote, "This fact will be brought out more prominently in the treatment of the religious development during the subsequent periods," end quote, and thus draws attention of the reader to his own ulterior motive expressed emphatically and illogically in the various parts of the book. As for instance, pages 198-202 are devoted to the same subject of proselytism, viz. the whole of chap XXIII under the heading The Active Propaganda of the Faith. This chapter falls under the Pahlavi period, and although the writer regards the later Avesta and Pahlavi writings as un-Zoroastrian-like, he now gives quotations from Pahlavi books which seem to support his personal views about proselytism. He even quotes from histories of European writers which have 64 boy.al examples of deviation from Zoroastrian nothing to do with the Zoroastrian religion. The writer puts in historical quotations assigning them value equal to that of Gathic quotations, because they serve his purpose. If this whole chapter XXIII is read carefully, the only conclusions which can be drawn are 1. First, that Zoroastrianism never preached so-called conversion or proselytism of aliens into it, nor of Zoroastrians into any other form of religion. From some historical evidences which are open to doubt, of course, the writer of Zoroastrian theology informs his reader on p. 200 that, end quote, some of the members of the royal house had even married Jewish, end quote, princesses, and also that, end quote, in general those who contracted matrimonial alliance with Jewish women were disliked, and the Dinkart inveighs in strong terms against the practice of contracting such unions. End quote. Here we notice that the committal of an undesirable act of marrying aliens by the members of the Persian royal family does not at all prove the advocacy of proselytism from the Zoroastrian standpoint, and we have on the very same page a reference to the contrary from the Dinkart, that proselytism and marriage with aliens were denounced even by the Pahlavi writer. In the same way on page 201 we read that Yazdazerd, end quote, I and Hormizd IV ascended the throne with proclivities for Christianity, and Nashirvan and Khusruperviz had wedded Christian princesses. End quote. Although some of these historical statements are open to doubt, even if they be admitted to be true, it cannot be proved from these royal examples of deviation from the right Zoroastrian path, that Zoroastrianism and the entire Avesta allowed such alien marriages. On the same page 201 we also find statements con alien marriages, e.g. lf the seceders from Zoroastrianism were persecuted, apostasy was made a capital crime by the Zoroastrian Church, end quote, far-fetched pos litism fbom Pahlavi. And on page 202, end quote, Yazdazerd I, who favored the Christian cause, was hailed by the Christians as the blessed king, but was branded by his own co-religionists as the wicked sinner. End quote. All these quotations go to prove that Zoroastrianism wanted to remain exclusively as a secluded universal religion, and being such it could not mix itself up with other later forms of established religions either by entrance or by exit. 2. Secondly, that some of the Pahlavi writings which seem to advocate parapslitism must have originated in the event of royal members deviating, or that the translators of the Pahlavi must have been misled on account of the difficult nature of the Pahlavi language, the addition or omission of a single loop or stroke resulting in the negation of an assertion or an affirmation of a negative fact. On page 198 under the queer heading The Pahlavi Works on Proselytism the writer says, end quote, the act of the highest merit that a non-believer can perform in his life is to renounce his religion and embrace the Mazdayasnian faith. End quote. This is quoted from SBE Volume 18 Appendix page 415. Now when we open the said SBE Volume 18, we find that there is no such idea as the writer has expressed. There we read the following words, you of the good works of an infidel, this is the greatest when he comes out from the habit of infidelity into the good religion. End quote. This translation of the Pahlavi Avayat is open to doubt in the first place. In the second place it is taken from the Avayat, which is not the original scripture book, but a collection of the opinions of the Iranian co-religionists during and after the Sasanian times. Even if the translation is granted as true, the sense of the words quoted above does not at all imply proselytism but an exhortation to follow the law to a person of no principles. Moral improvement does not necessitate conversion from one established religion into another, and the Zoroastrian religion enforces the preaching of moral principles of Asha or the divine moral order of the universe to all people who are able to practice those principles, but this is meant for the moral 66 writer's ignorance of original Pahlavi and spiritual upliftment of the people of the world in general, and it proves the universal character of Zoroastrian religion as we have already seen. In the same way on page 198 the writer quotes from Pahlavi Dinkard volume 10. BK 5, 14, Ormazd has commanded that the excellent religion should be spread among all races of mankind throughout the world. This is half quoted. When we open the book we find that the words conveying the idea of universality of Zoroastrian religion have been omitted from this quotation by the writer. The actual words there are as under, the Creator Hormazd sent this religion for its declaration not only in the country of Iran, but in the whole world, among all races and has put it for progress in the whole world, spiritually on account of its excellent philosophy and good thoughts and truthful words and materially on account of right actions. This passage when read in the original Pahlavi does not at all owe any idea of proselytism, but as in the Avesta passages already noticed, this Pahlavi passage of the Dinkard only preaches the universal character of Zoroastrian religion, as the one whole and complete law of nature, as taught by Zoroaster and meant for the progress of all the souls on the earth on account of its inherent characteristic of affecting all mankind when properly observed by its own adherents however few they may be in